Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into lore of the massive battle titan and the Sons of Horus that ended up breaking the walls of Terra. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like, comment any videos and topics you're going to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
The Gene Seed came aboard the Vengeful Spirit under armed guard. Not because Honso feared theft. No warrior within the War Master's flagship would have dared lay claim to tribute already marked for Abaddon. It was guarded because the iron repositories groaned in their suspensor cradles, because the stasis wards flickered with the sickly light of failing technology, and because something inside one of the containers had begun scratching against the adamantium. The procession crossed a bridge of black iron suspended over the audience vault. Far beneath, furnaces breathed through grills shaped like screaming mouths. Chains thicker than a battle tank's hull vanished into the darkness overhead, each one bearing sensors, execution cages, or banners taken from worlds that no longer possessed names. Honso walked at the head of the column. The siege had marked him. New scars crossed the flesh around his augmetics. The armor of the Iron Warriors behind him was pitted by lass fire, scorched by plasma discharge, and stained with the granular remains of men pulped beneath collapsing fortifications. Several legionaries bore replacement limbs of unfinished iron. One had lost the lower half of his face and covered the exposed cables and teeth with a riveted plate. They marched without ceremony. Cybernetic porters followed, their spines replaced by crane assemblies. Gene seed repositories hung from their articulated limbs, each vault sealed beneath chains of blackened silver and stamped with the sigils of the apothecarian. Condemned servitors shuffled between them. Their legs had been amputated beneath the knee and replaced with tracked assemblies so that exhaustion could not impede the procession. The last servitors carried the reliquary. It was scarcely larger than a warrior's torso, yet 6 augmented bodies strained beneath its weight. The casing was forged from scorched adamantium and fragments of armor too old for Threx's savants to classify. Brass cables had been wrapped around it like bindings upon a corpse. Wax seals bearing corrupted mechanicum invocations clung to its edges, though several had melted during the passage from Hydra Caudatus. Heat shimmered above it. Blood threaded from a hairline crack along one side, ran against gravity, and vanished into a vent near the upper housing. Honso had ordered it opened twice. The first attempt had killed 3 adepts. The second had blinded an entire servitor cohort and caused an Iron Warrior's gunship to fire upon its own escort before the pilot tore out his eyes. Now the reliquary whispered. The sound was too low for mortal hearing, but Honso's helm amplified it. Binharic threats clicked beneath bursts of distorted machine cant. Coordinates repeated in broken sequences. Reactor warnings overlapped with the final prayers of dead princeps. Beneath it all, something vast breathed, as though trapped inside a coffin too small to contain it. Honso had not decided whether the thing was tribute, weapon, or curse. That decision belonged to another. The procession reached the end of the bridge. The audience vault opened before them, vast enough to contain a titan's severed head. Pillars of fused bone rose into a ceiling lost behind smoke. Black Legion warriors stood between them in motionless ranks, their armor dark as voidstone, their eye lenses burning red. Trophy chains hung from their pauldrons. Flayed heraldry from shattered chapters had been nailed across their shields. At the far end of the chamber waited an empty throne. It had been cut from a single block of obsidian and set beneath the fossilized skull of some forgotten void-born predator. The skull's fanged jaws framed the seat like the mouth of a beast. Honso stopped before it. His warriors halted behind him. The porters lowered the gene seed vaults. Adamantium struck iron with a series of impacts that rolled through the chamber like distant artillery. Siege Captain Carvok stepped forward. He was one of the few Iron Warriors who had emerged from Hydra Caudatus with his armor largely intact. Fresh hazard stripes had been painted across his vambraces. A cloak of Imperial Fist's skin hung from one shoulder, the flesh treated with alchemical oils to preserve the tattooed company markings. Karvok looked toward the throne. "Does the War Master intend to keep us waiting?" No Black Legion warrior answered. The silence deepened. Then one of the Iron Warriors at Honso's rear shifted his stance. Honso heard the sound a heartbeat later. Armor approaching. Not the heavy tread of a warrior seeking to impose his presence. There was no deliberate thunder, no theatrical announcement. Only the measured grind of Terminator plate and the quiet scrape of something sharp across stone. Abaddon entered through a passage beside the throne. The chamber changed around him. Veterans who had fought beneath the banners of Primarchs lowered their gazes. Warriors who had survived the retreat from Terra, the slave wars of the Eye, and 10,000 years of the Long War became still. Even the reliquary ceased whispering. Abaddon wore black armor chased with gold, its plates scarred by weapons that had ended civilizations. The trophy rack rising from his back carried skulls bleached by alien suns. A mane of dark hair framed a face that possessed none of the swollen excess of lesser champions. The talon of Horus enclosed one hand. Its blades opened and closed with soft mechanical clicks. Dark residue crusted the linked bolter housings, and fragments of bone remained embedded around one muzzle. Drachnian rested in his other fist. The demon blade's surface moved like black water. Faces pressed outward from within the metal, mouths widening in silent screams before being dragged back into darkness. The weapon whispered promises in languages that had died before humanity learned to walk upright. Abaddon did not look at the throne. He looked at the Iron Warriors. His gaze passed over every warrior in Honso's escort. It paused upon replacement limbs, repaired armor seals, and empty positions within squad formations. He counted the wounded. He measured the gaps. He noted the absence of veterans whose names had carried weight among the sons of Perturabo. He had not consulted a casualty slate. He did not need one. "You brought fewer warriors than you departed with," Abaddon said. Karvok inclined his head. "Hydra Caudatus resisted longer than projected, Warmaster. Its mortal defenders were numerous, its fortifications extensive. The slaves and auxiliaries assigned to the final approaches lacked discipline. Their failures—" Abaddon turned his eyes upon him. Karvok continued. "The losses among the Grand Company were the price of correcting mortal incompetence. Had the labor battalions maintained the prescribed advance rate, had the artillery serfs obeyed fire schedules, had the support cohorts held against the Imperial counterattack—" "Which support cohorts?" Abaddon asked. Karvok hesitated. "The mortal cohorts assigned to the Eastern Parallel." "How many?" "Several regiments." "How many?" Karvok's throat clicked behind his grill. 23 regiments, Warmaster." Abaddon looked to Honso. Honso said nothing. Karvok mistook the silence for permission. Their collapse exposed the siege batteries. That compelled the 4th and 9th companies to reinforce the line. The death of the God Engine was likewise the result of inadequate mortal screening. Dai's Irae advanced without sufficient infantry support. The auxiliaries broke when Legio Ignatum counterattacked. Abaddon approached him. Karvok straightened. He stood taller than most warriors, his armor thickened by overlapping plates and siege reinforcement. Before the despoiler, he seemed reduced. "How many legionaries died?" Abaddon asked. "Fewer than the enemy." "That was not my question. The accounting remains incomplete. You completed it before entering my ship." Karvok's hand drifted towards the hilt of his weapon, not to draw it. The movement was instinctive, born from a body understanding danger before pride allowed the mind to acknowledge it. Abaddon let him continue breathing. Karvok's voice hardened. "The warsmith commanded the assault. His dispositions placed our brethren where mortal troops should have stood. His obsession with the fortress blinded him to the cost. Honso's breaches consumed warriors without measurable gain until Dai's Irae." The talon moved. Its blades punched through Karvok's breastplate. Ceramite ruptured with a crack like a breaching charge. One claw passed beneath the siege captain's sternum, while another burst from his back in a spray of blood and pulped lung. Karvok did not fall. Abaddon held him upright, the Iron Warrior's primary heart hammered against the Talon's inner blades. Abaddon adjusted his grip with surgical precision. Metal closed around the organ without crushing it. Then he pulled. Karvok's heart came through the broken breastplate, trailing vessels and strips of glistening tissue. Blood flooded down his armor. His knees buckled, but the Talon remained buried inside him, supporting his weight. The heart continued beating in Abaddon's grip. Karvok stared down at it. His mouth opened. Only blood emerged. "Failure is expenditure," Abaddon said. "Deception is treason." The siege captain's remaining heart labored inside his chest. His enhanced physiology fought to seal torn vessels and preserve a life already condemned. Blood foamed across the grill, covering his mouth. Abaddon looked past him. "Give me the accounting." Honso removed his helm. Cold air touched his scarred face. 179 legionaries entered the first parallel, he said. 112 reached the second. 83 crossed the third. 46 remained combat-capable when the inner works fell. Karvok made a wet, choking sound. Honso continued. 3 artillery cohorts were destroyed during the counter-battery exchange. 9 mortal regiments were expended clearing mines. 14 were lost during the breach assault. 7 broke beneath Titan fire and were executed by our reserve companies. The remaining formations continued until ammunition failure or terminal casualties. Abaddon watched Karvok, listening to the truth. "The Imperial fists?" he asked. "Destroyed or entombed beneath the inner bastions. Their dead remain sealed within the fortress foundations. Legio Ignatum? Almost annihilated. Their first engines crippled Dies Irae. Their final warlord reached the reactor wound and completed the kill. Gene seed?" Honso gestured towards the repositories. "Most of the viable reserves recovered before the Mechanicus scourging, enough to rebuild what was lost and create more besides." Abaddon studied the vaults. He gave no praise. His attention returned to Karvok. The Iron Warrior remained conscious. His remaining heart beat frantically, forcing blood through a body that could no longer contain it. "The God Engine," Abaddon said. "It survived Isstvan. It survived the war before the palace. It endured the scouring and 10,000 years within the Eye. Why did it die before a provincial fortress?" Karvok tried to answer. His words drowned in blood. Abaddon looked to Honso. "Because its death opened the final breach," Honso said. "The Loyalist engine entered the wound created by the first counterattack. Their reactors failed together. The detonation collapsed the inner defense line and buried the surviving Imperial formations. We entered through the grave they made." Abaddon considered this. "A weapon that destroys itself before completing its purpose has failed," he said. "A weapon that purchases victory with its own destruction has merely reached the end of its usefulness." The Talon closed. Karvok's heart burst between its blades. Abaddon tore his arm free. The siege captain collapsed in a spreading lake of blood, one hand clawing weakly at the cavity in his chest. He remained alive long enough to watch Honso step over him. No Iron Warrior moved to help. Abaddon turned towards the reliquary. It had begun whispering again. "Bring it forward." The servitors obeyed. Their tracked limbs squealed as they dragged the burden across the iron floor. Blood continued to climb the reliquary's casing, flowing upward in thin red threads. Magos Excruciator Threx emerged from behind the gene seed repositories. His lower body was a many-legged carriage of brass and black iron. Mechadendrites coiled from his spine, each tipped with drills, needles, sensor clusters, or serrated surgical instruments. The remains of his human face floated inside a glass reliquary filled with cloudy amniotic fluid. "War Master," Threx rasped. His voice emerged simultaneously in low Gothic and Binharic pulse. recovered from the primary debris field. Structural analysis confirms armor composites consistent with pre-heresy Legio Mortis manufacture. Internal strata remain active despite reactor extinction, atmospheric immolation, and subsequent orbital cleansing. Open it. Threx's ocular lenses contracted. Contamination probability exceeds acceptable thresholds. Abaddon looked at him. Threx bowed upon his mechanical limbs. Acceptable thresholds are revised. Hexagrammic clamps descended around the reliquary. Noospheric wards ignited as rings of green light. Threx extended a mechadendrite and pressed a silver probe into the crack leaking blood. Every servitor in the chamber convulsed. One bit through his tongue. The severed flesh slapped against his chin as blood poured from his mouth. Another drove his fingers into his eye sockets. Nails scraped bone. He dragged both eyes free and crushed them against the reliquary's casing. A third servitor arched backwards until his spine broke. His hands plunged into his own abdomen, tearing through scarred flesh. He pulled free a loop of steaming intestine and began feeding it into one of the reliquary's cooling vents. The vent accepted the offering. Brass teeth closed around the organ and drew it inward, while the servitor screamed through programming never designed to permit terror. Then all of them spoke. Dies Irae. The words came through ruined mouths, vox grills and severed tongues. Dies Irae, dies Irae, dies Irae. Threx recoiled from the data flooding his implants. Multiple consciousness strata detected, machine spirit architecture, demonic impulse matrices, princeps cognition, moderati imprints, tactical archives, emotional residue extending across millennia. Extract it, Abaddon said. The corruption may enter the flagship's command systems. Isolate it. Material insulation will not contain noospheric transmission. Then use flesh. Threx turned his lenses towards the guards. Abaddon had already made his decision. Bring the prisoners. Black Legion serfs dragged in a semicircle of brass restraint thrones. Men were chained within them, captured Imperial psychers with warding brands burned into their scalps, failed aspirants, disobedient serfs and soldiers taken from worlds that had resisted the War Master's will. Their skulls had been shaved. Several began praying. Threx's drills descended. The first prisoner screamed before the bit touched bone. Brass restraints locked around his jaw to prevent movement. The drill entered above his ear, chewing through skin and skull. Bone dust mixed with blood and sprayed across the throne. The others watched. One soiled himself. Another begged the Emperor for deliverance. A third tried to tear his wrists free, stripping the flesh to the tendon. Threx drilled them all while they remained conscious. Neural needles entered the openings. Cables slid into living brains. The prisoners convulsed as the restraints forced their spines against the thrones. This is not memory alone, Threx warned. The engine's surviving identity seeks transmission. It will use them as pathways. They are pathways, Abaddon replied. Their resistance may last only moments. They will remain alive until I witness the betrayal. Honso looked towards the War Master. You know what happened at Isstvan. I know the account. Then what do you expect to find? Abaddon faced the reliquary. Not history. Drachnian stirred in his fist. Faces surfaced along the blade, screaming without sound. Dies Irae crossed the killing grounds before the palace. It reached walls that had endured every engine, legionary and demon, thrown against them. It remained effective after its commanders rotted, after its crew became parasites, after faith became corruption, and machine became beast. Threx connected the final cable. Abaddon continued. I do not require another Titan. I require the lesson it carried. The Imperium fashions its own executioners. I will know how to turn them and how to preserve their usefulness when they begin to decay. Threx activated the reliquary. The first Psyker's head swelled. His eyes burst from their sockets. Teeth fractured inside his locked jaw. Liquefied brain tissue jetted from the drill ports in grey-red streams. The second prisoner opened his mouth. A Titan war horn sounded from his throat. The noise shook dust from the bone pillars. Blood burst from mortal ears across the chamber. The third prisoner screamed coordinates. Bearing east-southeast, range 9,000 meters, hostile bioforms massing, void integrity holding, main reactor at battle output. Threx reached for the termination controls. "No," Abaddon said. "The pathways are collapsing. Continue." The prisoner who had begged for the Emperor turned his ruined eyes towards Abaddon. "Emperor, preserve me." The despoiler placed one blade of the talon beneath the man's chin. "Your Emperor built the machine that devours you." The reliquary opened. Not physically. Reality peeled away from it. The audience vault vanished beneath a storm of red skies and alien shrieks. Black-armored titans strode through sheets of fire. Their heraldry was clean. Their weapons were sanctified. Banners of Legio Mortis hung uncorrupted from fortress-like carapaces. At their center walked Dies Irae. Its armor was not yet flesh. Its towers bore no screaming mouths. Its reactor did not hunger. Void shields blazed beneath alien artillery. A calm voice entered the chamber. "Senior Princeps Esor Turnet, permission to engage." Another voice followed, younger and strained by fear. "Moderati Titus Cassa, firing solutions confirmed." A third laughed softly. "Jonah Arukan, forward batteries stand ready." Dies Irae turned its guns towards the enemy. Every prisoner spoke at once. "I was loyal once." Their spines broke against the brass thrones. The memory swallowed them all. The world called murder had no true dawn. A swollen red sun burned behind continent-spanning storm fronts, staining the clouds the color of infected blood. Lightning crawled from horizon to horizon without thunder, its discharge swallowed by the greater violence of artillery, aircraft, and god engines. Beneath that boiling sky, the earth moved. Megarachnids poured from fissures in numbers too vast for Sergeant Halbrecht to comprehend. He saw claws first. They burst through the mud around his trench, hooked and black, each joint sheathed in chitin harder than flak plate. Then came bladed limbs, glistening bodies, and lamp-like eyes. The creatures climbed over their dead without hesitation. Last bolts scored their shells. Autocannon rounds broke them apart. Heavy flamers turned the foremost ranks into shrieking torches. Still they came. Halbrecht fired until the charge pack warning rune flashed across his rifle. A creature vaulted the parapet and landed among the Imperial Army infantry beside him. Its forelimbs opened Trooper Kell from groin to sternum. Blood and steaming entrails spilled over the firing step. Kell remained alive long enough to watch the alien hook its feeding mandibles into his exposed ribs. Halbrecht shot it through one eye. The beam charred a narrow channel into its skull. The megarachnid recoiled, struck him across the chest, and hurled him into the trench wall. His armor split. Something broke beneath his sternum. He tried to rise. The ground shook, not from artillery. The tremor came with such force that the trench walls shed clods of wet earth. Wounded men rolled against one another. Loose ammunition cases jumped from the ground. The megarachnids paused, their sensory fronds turning towards the storm. A shadow moved through the red murk. Halbrecht saw a foot descend. It was not shaped like the foot of any living creature. It was a fortress foundation of black adamantium, plated in armor thicker than the bunkers behind him. Its edges were scarred by alien acids and impacts that would have annihilated tanks. The foot struck the earth beyond the trench. The world erupted. Mud, stone, and bodies rose in a circular wall. Megarachnids vanished beneath the descending mass, their armored bodies rupturing into green-black slurry. A subterranean nest collapsed under the pressure. The ground split open, exposing chambers packed with eggs and writhing larvae before the Titan's weight crushed them into a lake of pulped flesh. The shockwave threw Halbrecht onto his back. A Lehman Russ battle tank lifted from the ground as though caught by an ocean swell. It rolled onto its side, tracks still turning, and flattened an infantry section beneath its hull. Men disappeared under the armored weight, with brief, wet cracks. Halbrecht looked upward. He could not see past the Titan's ankle. Black armor rose into cloud and smoke, vanishing into the poisoned heavens. Gun towers, bastions, and crenellated galleries were suggested only by flashes of weapons fire far above. Every movement groaned through the atmosphere, like continents grinding together. The war horn sounded. Blood ran from Halbrecht's ears. Men around him fell to their knees. Some prayed to the Emperor, despite the imperial truth. Others screamed praises to the Omnissiah. Halbrecht did neither. He stared at the impossible engine striding over them and understood that he was no longer fighting in a war made for men. He was fighting beneath a god. Within the left forward gun deck of Dies Irae, Enginseer Cordran tasted blood. The Titan's last step had thrown him against a brass support stanchion. His lower jaw hung loose, fractured where it had struck the metal. He forced it back into alignment with two trembling hands and locked the broken bone beneath an emergency brace. Pain became an unnecessary transmission. He suppressed it. The deck tilted again. Ammunition elevators rose from the depths of the engine, carrying shells large enough to flatten habitation blocks. Each shell rested within a suspensor cradle, while gangs of servitors guided it towards the Hellstorm cannon's hungry breach. Their arms had been replaced with hydraulic lifters. Their spines were fused into tracked loading harnesses. They chanted weapon litanies through iron jaws as they worked. Shell sanctified, mass verified, propellant stability within ordained tolerance. Wrath awaits release. The cannon's loading mechanism rotated, chains tightened, pistons withdrew. Warning klaxons filled the gallery. Cordran limped towards the nearest pressure door. Mortal deck crew followed, sweating inside flame-resistant coats. Some stuffed wax into their ears, despite knowing it would offer no protection. Others knelt before emergency shrines built into the bulkheads, pressing bloody fingers against the cog-toothed skull of the machine god. The Hellstorm cannon fired. Sound ceased to possess meaning. The weapon's recoil traveled through Dies Irae as a physical catastrophe. Cordran's damaged jaw broke again. 3 crewmen were hurled across the gallery. One struck the ceiling hard enough to burst his skull, showering those below with blood and fragments of brain. Another disappeared beneath a loading cradle when its locking clamps failed. The suspensor field crushed him slowly against the deck, squeezing flesh through the seams of his pressure suit. Cordran watched the man's eyes rupture. He recorded the death as a reduction in available labor. Far below, in the reactor cathedra, chained choirs screamed binary hymns while the plasma furnaces burned brighter than suns. Energy climbed through conduits wider than transit tunnels, feeding the plasma annihilator mounted upon the Titan's other arm. Enginseers walked gantries above the roaring containment field, their robes catching fire despite thermal shielding. Shield generators thundered in their sanctified vaults. Fire control galleries tracked tens of thousands of targets. Servitors sat in tiered pits, their skulls opened and wired into cogitator banks. They twitched whenever the Titan's auspex touched an alien mind. Some had bitten through their own lips. Others bled from the eyes as the megarachnid's electromagnetic shrieks overloaded their implanted senses. Aerial organisms struck the void shields. Blue-white domes flared around the Imperator. Winged megarachnids disintegrated against the barriers by the hundreds, their bodies reduced to black dust and greasy vapor. Those that survived the first contact were shredded by carapace batteries. Shells burst across the storm, filling the clouds with burning fragments. From the command throne, Senior Princeps Esau Turnet felt every death. He did not mourn them. The manifold opened the Titan to him. He stood within Dies Irae and around it. He was the pressure beneath its feet, the heat of its reactor, and the charge cycling through its weapons. He perceived the battlefield through auspex, picked capture, seismic return, and the crude animal terror of the crew linked to his command authority. The Imperator was not a machine. Machines were tools. Dies Irae was order made manifest. It was hierarchy given armor and artillery. It was the highest expression of mankind's capacity to arrange violence into obedience. Turnit occupied the throne at the center of the command chamber, his body held upright by restraints and neural cables. Bronze needles entered the sockets along his spine. Cooling tubes passed beneath his skin. His eyes remained open, but he no longer saw through them. Tactical runes burned across the manifold. The warhound pair Canis Irae and Mortis Vindex ranged. Ahead, their smaller forms moving between curtains of rain and artillery smoke. They hunted burrowing swarms with Vulcan megabolters and inferno guns, driving the creatures towards predetermined killing grounds. 3 reavers held the eastern flank. Imperial army armor advanced in their shadow. Columns of Lehman Russ tanks and tracked artillery crawled across the ruined plain, their engines drowning in mud and alien ichor. Above them, Lunar Wolves gunships cut through the storm towards regions where Titan weapons could not be employed without unacceptable strategic loss. Turnit identified an inconsistency. Moderati Cassar. Titus Cassar looked up from his station. Senior Princeps. The Western Reaver is 7 degrees outside assigned convergence. Cassar checked the display. Its motive system reports damage. That is an explanation. It is not a correction. Cassar swallowed. I will transmit revised alignment orders. Turnit did not raise his voice. He never needed to. The Moderati moved with greater urgency than he would have shown beneath shouted condemnation. Turnit returned his focus to the manifold. Beside Cassar, Jonah Arukan smiled. You will send him into cardiac arrest before the campaign ends, Arukan said over their private channel. Cassar transmitted the correction before answering. Princeps Turnit expects precision. He expects obedience. Precision is simply obedience that arrives at the proper coordinate. You should attend to your batteries. My batteries are perfect. Your starboard magazine reported a loading delay. 3 seconds. 3 seconds is enough time to lose an engine. Aruken leaned closer to his console, though his grin remained. When I command my own engine, I will have you transferred aboard. To advise you? To pray for me. Cassar's expression hardened. That is not amusing. It was mildly amusing. The Emperor is not a god. I did not call him one. You implied prayer would influence the operation of a Titan. Crewmen pray to the Omnissiah before opening maintenance hatches. That is observance of the machine rites. And entirely different from superstition, naturally. Cassar looked towards him. Aruken's amusement softened. They had served together through campaigns whose names had already been reduced to lines in expedition archives. They had watched each other bleed beneath ruptured consoles. Cassar had carried Aruken from a burning command deck on Karthis. Aruken had once remained connected to a failing plasma regulator long enough for Cassar to sever a feedback loop before it destroyed both their minds. Their contempt was ritual. Their loyalty was not. I do not want an engine, Cassar said quietly. Not my own. Aruken blinked. Every Moderati wants command. I want to remain worthy of this one. Worthiness is what men claim when they lack ambition. Ambition is what men claim when duty does not satisfy them. Aruken laughed. Turnit spoke through the command circuit. Silence. Both Moderati returned to their stations. A new warning rune appeared. Burrowing contacts had emerged beneath the Titan's forward void envelope. Turnit felt them as vibrations through the adamantium bones of Dies Irae. Megarachnids erupted from the ground around its legs. They swarmed across the feet and lower greaves, climbing through weapon scars and maintenance recesses. Void shields could not stop an enemy already beneath their protective curvature. Somewhere below, infantrymen began screaming over the tactical vox. Turnit opened the army command frequency. All supporting formations, concentrate fire upon our lower assemblies. A mortal officer answered immediately. Confirm order, Dies Irae. Our troops are within the impact zone. Confirmed. We have entire companies against your western foot. Then they are correctly positioned to support the engine. The officer hesitated. Turnit marked the delay. Fire, he said. Army tanks turned their weapons upon the Titan. Battle cannon shells struck the lower armor. Autocannons hammered access panels and joint housings. Infantry heavy weapons poured fire into the climbing swarms. Megarachnids burst apart against the black plate, spraying acid and fragments across the soldiers below. Men died with them. Shells overshot and detonated inside Imperial trenches. A tank round struck a troop carrier, peeling it open and spreading burning bodies across the mud. Heavy bolter fire scythed through infantry sections, pressed too close to the Titan's feet. Turnit watched the friendly casualty total climb. The knee assemblies remained intact. The exchange was acceptable. A warning chime sounded from the lower ammunition galleries. Internal breach, Casa reported. Western leg, access chamber 9. The image reached Turnit through security pict feeds. A megarachnid had forced its body through a maintenance hatch torn open by its claws. It was larger than a battle tank, though only part of its segmented length had entered the passage. Its forelimbs filled the corridor. Titan armsmen opened fire with shot cannons. The first volley shattered chitin and filled the compartment with black fluid. The creature struck back. One armsman vanished into the ceiling duct, dragged upward by a hooked limb. Another was opened from groin to throat. His intestines fell between his boots, while his torso remained upright for several seconds. Flamers washed the passage in fire. The megarachnid screamed and spat a stream of corrosive fluid. 3 men dissolved where they stood. Armor, flesh, and bone collapsed into bubbling sludge. Engineer Cordron reached the breach with a power axe in one hand and an industrial cutter mounted upon his shoulder. The alien drove a bladed limb through his abdomen. It lifted him from the deck, his lower organs spilling around the impaling claw. Cordron did not release his axe. He struck the access seal controls. Blast doors began closing around the creature. Dozens of crew remained inside the ammunition gallery. They hammered upon the inner barrier as fire suppression foam flooded the compartment. Request authorization to purge, Casa said. Turnit had already issued it. Promethium ignited inside the sealed gallery. The pict feed turned white. Men and alien burned together. Fire suppression foam expanded around them, trapping the heat against skin and chitin. Crewmen clawed at their faces as their eyes boiled. The megarachnid thrashed until the blast doors sheared through its body. Cordron died holding the seal closed. Turnit recorded his action as satisfactory. Beneath the Titan's guns, Ezekiel Abaddon advanced with the first company. The black armor of the Justarin marked them against the storm. They moved through mud deep enough to drown mortal men, their Terminator plate shrugging aside fragments that shredded the army formations around them. Abaddon saw the battlefield as a series of breaking points. The megarachnids were strongest where the terrain forced Imperial armor into narrow channels. Their aerial forms were drawing fire from the carapace batteries. Their burrowing casts had not attacked at random. They were driving infantry towards a ridge where something enormous moved beneath the ground. An army colonel stood beside a command chimera, shouting contradictory orders into 3 Vox channels. Abaddon seized him by the shoulder. "Withdraw your armor from the ridge." The colonel stared at the first captain's white wolf pelt and black plate. "My lord, the ridge secures the western approach." "It secures nothing. It is bait." "Our orders came from Expedition Command." "The enemy has changed the ground. Change your orders." The ridge split open. A megarachnid of monstrous proportions rose beneath the armored column. It was an organic fortress, its torso protected by overlapping plates and crackling energy fields. Limbs thicker than gunship fuselages tore tanks apart. One Lehman Russ disappeared between its mandibles. The vehicle crushed until burning crew and fuel sprayed from every hatch. Abaddon opened a direct channel to Dies Irae. "First captain to senior princeps. Target beneath western ridge. Fire through the armored column." The colonel turned pale. "My lord, Those are my men. They are already dead. The Titan fired. Plasma crossed the battlefield like a fragment of a star. The armored column vanished. Tanks, soldiers, and the colossal megarachnid became a white wound in the world. Armor ran like wax. Men flashed into steam inside their vehicles. The alien's energy field collapsed, and its body exploded, hurling burning chitin across kilometers of ground. The blast threw the colonel from his feet. He rose, screaming, "You murdered them!" Abaddon watched the crater cool. They fulfilled their purpose more completely than most men ever will. He turned away. Advance. Turnit felt the destruction through the manifold. The megarachnid concentrations were converging beneath the storm. Enough remained to overwhelm the army's western line if permitted to scatter. He selected the Hellstorm cannon. "Full battery solution," he said. Kassa stared at the projected casualty radius. "Senior Princeps, Imperial formations remain inside the outer pattern. I am aware. Thousands of soldiers. I am aware." Arakan's hands hovered over his controls. Turnit spoke with the same quiet precision he had used to correct a Reaver's alignment. "Fire." The Hellstorm cannon unleashed the wrath of Dies Irae. Kilometers of landscape disappeared. Stone became vapor, then molten rain. Forests flattened in expanding rings. Megarachnids were torn apart so completely that their remains existed only as color within the blast cloud. Imperial infantry became shadows burned into tank hulls. Men beyond the primary detonation were skinned by the pressure wave. Others drowned as their lungs filled with blood. The shock reached Dies Irae. Deck plates buckled. Crewmen burst against restraint harnesses. A fire control servitor's brain boiled inside its skull. In the reactor cathedra, 6 engine seers were incinerated when a plasma conduit split. The surviving army formations began to cheer. Halbrecht cheered with them. He stood in the remains of his trench, blood covering his armor, the corpses of his soldiers buried beneath glass that had once been mud. He could no longer hear his own voice. He raised his rifle towards the God engine and roared until his broken ribs ground together. The enemy was dead. His comrades were dead. The Titan remained. To remain silent beneath its gaze felt like treason. Within the command chamber, Kassa studied the casualty runes. Victory and atrocity occupied the same coordinate. The realization settled inside him like a blade. Hours later, the War Master's transmission entered the manifold. Horus Lupercal appeared upon the strategium display, noble and immense in pearl-white armor. The eye of terror rested upon his breastplate. Even rendered through static, his presence silenced the command crew. "Senior Princeps Turnit," Horus said. "The 63rd owes its victory to the wrath of your engine." Turnit bowed within the throne. Dies Irae obeys the chain of command, War Master, and through obedience, it conquers. The transmission ended. Aruken exhaled as though he had received the commendation himself. Crew throughout the Titan repeated the War Master's words. Some struck fists to breastplates. Others knelt before their consoles. Kassa watched them. The manifold absorbed everything. Pride from Turnit, exultation from Aruken, fear from the lower decks, resentment from those who had watched friends die beneath friendly fire, worship from men who had seen the Titan erase an army. Dies Irae tasted the emotions through thousands of neural links. It remembered the voice that had praised it. It remembered that Horus had spoken after the weapons were permitted to fire without restraint. Deep within the command architecture, an association formed. The War Master's voice meant release. Before the dead could be counted, redeployment orders arrived. The 63rd was moving again. Destination protocols identified a system connected to Davin. In the lower galleries, servitors cleared the aftermath of the internal breach. They shoveled megarachnid fragments into one furnace and human remains into another. Arms, ribs, and half-melted skulls slid along iron chutes. The machinery accepted everything without distinction. Kassa supervised the recovery of Caudron's remains. A damaged Vox unit clicked beside the sealed ammunition gallery. "The War Master commands," it said. Casa turned. "The god obeys." Irae approached, stepping over a length of burned intestine fused to the deck. "What is it?" The Vox transmitted without activation. Residual feedback. The circuit is severed. Then it is unusually persistent feedback. The unit repeated the words. "The War Master commands. The god obeys." Turnet's voice entered their helms. "Remove it." Casa looked towards the command-picked capture. "Should it not be examined?" "Remove it, Moderati Casa." Irae tore the Vox from the wall. The speaker continued whispering after he crushed it beneath his boot. "The god obeys." Irae turned its face towards Davin. The dead did not register correctly. Senior Princeps Esau Turnet watched them advance through the manifold, tens of thousands of human forms moving across the swamps beneath the stride of Irae. Ospec's pulses passed through them and returned corrupted data. Some possessed no heartbeat. Others had no measurable body heat. Many lacked sufficient organs to sustain motion, yet they crawled from the mist, with their hands buried wrist-deep in the mud. One corpse dragged itself by a single arm. Its lower body had been crushed beneath the tracks of an Imperial army tank. Intestines followed it through the mire in a glistening rope. When a soldier approached to finish it, the dead man seized his ankle and bit through the boot seal. The soldier screamed. His comrades shot the corpse until its torso became a basin of exposed ribs and liquefied meat. The head continued chewing after the body stopped moving. Davin's moon spread beneath the Titan as a diseased wilderness of black water, drowned settlements and trees swollen with tumors. Rain fell warm and greasy. It carried particles of rotted flesh that adhered to armor and gathered in the mouths of the living. Ruined habitations leaned from the swamp. Their doors stood open. Human shapes watched from windows without glass. Turnet magnified the settlement. Life readings? Moderati Titus Casa studied the sensoria returns. Inconsistent, Senior Princeps. The Auspex detects biological mass, but no coherent metabolic activity. Movement is coherent. Yes, Senior Princeps. Then target movement. Casa transmitted the firing order. Secondary batteries spoke from the Titan's bastion shoulders. Incendiary shells crossed the rain and struck the settlement in a staggered pattern. The first impacts shattered the outer structures. The next spread burning promethium through the streets. The dead emerged from the flames. Their clothing burned away. Skin peeled from their bodies. Some walked until the heat opened their abdomens and spilled their organs into the water. Others collapsed, crawled and rose again. Turnet watched them without visible reaction. Expand the pattern. Casa looked towards the tactical display. There may be survivors inside the central structures. There are moving bodies inside the central structures. Living survivors. The Auspex cannot confirm that. Then neither can it deny it. Turnet's voice became quieter. Moderati Casa, I gave an order. Casa lowered his gaze, expanding the pattern. The settlement vanished beneath fire. Roofs collapsed. Walls burst outward. Human figures became blackened shapes within the inferno. Those that escaped were cut down by the Titan's point defense batteries or crushed beneath the advancing tracks of Imperial armor. The air filled with ash that had once possessed names. Irae continued through the swamp. Its feet displaced entire lakes. Each step drove black water outward in waves high enough to overturn transports. Cadavers trapped beneath the surface rose around its ankles. Some were swollen almost beyond human shape. Their skin stretched translucent over gases brewing inside their bodies. An army tank rolled across one. The corpse ruptured. Its abdomen exploded beneath the track, covering the vehicle in yellow fluid and clouds of black vapor. The tank continued for several meters before its hatches opened. The crew climbed out screaming. Blisters spread across their faces. Blood poured from their noses and mouths. One man clawed the skin from his own throat as something moved beneath it. Another fell from the hull, struck the mud, and began vomiting worms. The infantry around the tank opened fire, not upon the enemy, upon their own crew. Turnit marked the incident for decontamination and turned his attention elsewhere. He could annihilate cities. He could reduce fortresses to slag and split armored columns with a single discharge. Yet the contamination crossed his defensive lines, inside corpses, ammunition carriers, wounded soldiers, and the lungs of men ordered to serve too near the swamps. The first, infection aboard DS Irae, appeared in a lower transit lift. Deckhand Pell had returned with a maintenance cohort assigned to clear organic matter from the western foot assembly. He had passed through decontamination. His blood had shown no toxins. His body temperature remained within accepted limits. Halfway through the ascent, he began to convulse. The other crewmen pressed him against the lift wall. Pell's spine bowed until vertebrae tore through the skin of his back. He vomited black larvae across their boots. The creatures writhed in the blood, each possessing too many legs and a ring of translucent teeth. Pell died. Then he stood. His jaw hung from one side of his face, attached by a strip of skin. He seized the nearest engine seer and buried his broken teeth in the man's cheek. When the others dragged him away, half the engine seer's face came with him. The lift doors opened onto an occupied gun deck. Pell emerged first. The infection spread before the alarm reached the command throne. Armsmen sealed the deck and engaged at close range. Shot cannons thundered through the cramped galleries. Pellets tore infected crew apart, but failed to halt them. Dead men crawled beneath barricades with their legs missing. A severed hand dragged itself across the deck by its fingertips and climbed an armsman's boot. Flamers reduced bodies to twitching charcoal. The larvae survived inside the ash. Turnit received overlapping reports while directing the external engagement. The manifold filled with contradictory signals. Hostile movement outside the void shields. Hostile movement inside the hull. Contamination alarms from ammunition galleries. Pressure failures. Fire warnings. And the screams of crewmen dying kilometers apart within the same machine. "Seal the lower transit nexus," he ordered. Casa looked up from the casualty runes. "That will trap the entire port battery cohort. It will trap the infection. There are more than 200 crewmen beyond the seal. There are 80,000 aboard this engine." Casa hesitated. Turnit felt the delay through the manifold. "Close it." Blast doors descended. Men on the contaminated side reached them before they sealed. Hands appeared beneath the final narrowing gap. Fingers were severed as the doors locked into place. The fingers continued moving. Incineration teams flooded the nexus with promethium. The fire consumed infected and uninfected together. Vox channels filled with prayers, curses, and pleas for release. Casa muted none of them. He listened while directing the carapace batteries against winged corpses moving through the storm. The dead had destroyed something within him that no weapon could have reached. The imperial truth held that the galaxy contained no gods, no spirits, no demons. All phenomena could be understood through reason, even when understanding remained incomplete. Fear belonged to ignorance. Superstition belonged to the old night from which the Emperor had delivered mankind. Casa had believed this because belief in the imperial truth required no faith. Now dead men walked. He had watched bodies rise without hearts. He had seen severed heads bite. He had seen disease behave with malice, choosing victims and ignoring sealed armor as though ceramite were no barrier to intention. Reason had not explained it. Reason had merely recorded the horror. Words reached his lips before he understood he was speaking. "Emperor of mankind, preserve us." His voice was little more than breath. The phrase came from forbidden gatherings in maintenance chambers and barracks holds. Men whispered of the Lectitio Divinitatus. They repeated the teachings carried by Euphrati Keeler and others who claimed the Emperor was more than a ruler, more than a conqueror, more than the greatest human mind to have lived. They called him divine. Cassar had dismissed them as frightened men, replacing knowledge with worship. He understood them now. If the imperial truth was wrong about demons, it could be wrong about gods. That possibility did not comfort him. It terrified him. After the external batteries silenced the last organized concentration of corpses, Jonah Arukan found him within an observation gallery behind the command deck. The armor glass looked over the lower towers of DS Irae. Rain struck the panes and ran down them in greasy trails. Beyond, the swamps burned. Dead bodies floated through. Fire. Arukan carried no smile. "Tell me why they walked," he said. Cassar looked at him. "You know what the reports say." "The reports say infection, neural parasites, chemical contamination, and mass delusion. They say everything except what happened." "What happened?" "The dead rose." Cassar turned back towards the burning swamp. "Yes." Arukan waited. His hands trembled faintly. Cassar had never seen that before. "There are teachings," Cassar said. "Prescribed writings. They speak of powers beyond the material. They claim mankind is not alone in the dark. We already know that. We have killed aliens on 1,000 worlds." "Not aliens." Arukan's reflection stared at him from the armor glass. "You mean demons?" "I do not know what I mean." "And the Emperor?" Cassar closed his eyes. "He may be more than we were told." The words felt like treason. They also felt true. Arukan stepped closer. "For a moment," he said, "I wanted you to tell me he was watching us." Cassar looked at him. "I wanted you to tell me none of this mattered because he would not permit us to fall. Perhaps he is watching." Arukan almost accepted it. Cassar saw the need in his face, raw and human beneath the discipline of the Collegia Titanica. Then ambition returned. Arukan straightened. His expression closed. "If I repeat such words, I will never command an engine. If the words are true, command is irrelevant." Arukan recoiled as though struck. "Only a man without ambition says that. Only a frightened man mistakes ambition for courage." For several heartbeats, they stood facing one another. Then Arukan laughed once, without humor. "You have become dangerous, Titus. So has the truth." The summons came before Arukan could answer. Horus had fallen. Rumor moved through the expedition faster than confirmed orders. The War Master had been wounded. The War Master had been poisoned. The War Master was dying. The War Master was already dead. Lunar wolves stormed medical cordons. Legionaries threatened army officers who attempted to restrict access to the apothecarian. Commanders demanded information that no one possessed. Across the expedition, formations ceased moving, while officers waited to learn whether the authority binding them together still lived. Turnit forbade all speculation aboard Dies Irae. Signals Officer Madren ignored the prohibition. He repeated an unverified transmission claiming the War Master had died during surgery. He did so once across a restricted command channel, and again when challenged. Turnit ordered him brought to the Strategium. Madren stood beneath the command throne with 2 armsmen gripping his shoulders. Sweat ran down his face. "I reported what I received, Senior Princeps. You transmitted panic. I transmitted battlefield intelligence. Intelligence is verified. The Legion channels were collapsing. I believed..." Turnit drew a compact las pistol from beside the throne. He shot Madren through the mouth. The beam exited the back of the officer's skull in a burst of bone, teeth, and steaming brain. His body sagged between the armsmen. Turnit ordered it strapped beside the communications station. Madren's dead eyes remained open. Blood ran down the console and gathered beneath the Vox relays. "Fear propagates more efficiently than disease," Turnit said. "Observe the consequence of assisting it." No one spoke of Horus's death again. Abaddon arrived at the forward command perimeter while the confusion was at its height. He came in black Terminator armor, surrounded by warriors of the First Company. Mud and diseased blood coated his greaves. His face held no grief. Rage had burned beyond display and settled into something harder. The expedition had been forged around one will. If Horus died, command would fracture. Legions would compete. Army groups would withdraw. The compliance would become a graveyard in which every surviving commander claimed authority. Abaddon despised the weakness of it. An infected lunar wolf approached the perimeter. His helm was missing. Black veins spread across his face. One eye had swollen shut. He dragged a chainsword behind him, its teeth clogged with the remains of the dead. "First Captain," he said, "I can still fight." Abaddon watched him take another step. The legionary's jaw clenched as something moved inside his throat. "I can still serve." Abaddon kicked him to the ground. His boot descended upon the warrior's skull. Bone cracked. The legionary's face collapsed into the mud. Abaddon pressed until the entire head burst beneath his heel, spraying grey matter across the greaves of the Justarin. "Burn him," Abaddon said. An army medici officer approached. "My lord, several men handled him before he reached the cordon. Burn them. They show no symptoms. Then they will die clean." The officer hesitated. Abaddon turned his gaze upon him. "Must I identify every corpse myself?" The medici officer saluted. "No, First Captain." "Then obey." Flamers ignited behind him. That cycle, Turnit summoned Aruken to the command throne. The princeps remained linked to the manifold. Cables entered his skull and spine. Light from tactical displays turned his skin corpse pale. "If the War Master dies," Aruken said, "who commands the expedition?" "Horus commands it." "If he dies?" "Horus commands it." Aruken frowned. "And if his orders oppose Mars?" Turnit's expression did not change. "Then Mars will decide whether it values survival over pride." "What if they oppose terror?" "Orders do not gain legitimacy from distance, history, or ceremony. They gain legitimacy from the commander capable of enforcing them." Aruken stared at him. "Then you would follow Horus against the Imperium." "I would follow the chain that still possesses the strength to command." Turnit believed this was loyalty. He did not understand that he had already chosen a master over a cause. Within the manifold, Diez Irae felt the crew's revulsion. The machine had understood enemies as concentrations, trajectories, and threat values. Davin taught it another category: contamination. Phantom alerts appeared across sealed compartments. Human cadavers walked through Auspex displays where no bodies existed. Dead crewmen whispered from inactive stations. A weapons servitor tore itself from its restraint pit. Cables ripped from its opened skull. Metal arms flailed as it crawled towards the reactor cathedra, dragging its ruined lower body through its own fluids. "The fire beneath," it whispered. "The mouth beneath the fire." Security teams cut it apart. Its severed head continued speaking until an armsman crushed it beneath a power maul. 10,000 years later, aboard the Vengeful Spirit, Magos Threx interrupted the recovered memory with a burst of distressed Binharik. "Possible first warp intrusion," he said. "Classification uncertain. Record may reflect contamination, later corruption, or retrospective alteration by the surviving engine consciousness." Abaddon did not look away from the vision. "Continue." The memory obeyed. The final infected concentration gathered in a swamp where Imperial formations remained engaged. Army infantry fought waist-deep in black water. Lunar wolves moved among them, cutting down the dead with bolter and blade. Kassa marked the friendly positions. Ground forces remain operational. Turnit selected the Plasma Annihilator. They have been exposed. They have not been declared lost. They cannot be permitted to return. Aruken looked from Turnit to Kassa. "The senior princeps is correct," he said. Kassa stared at him. Turnit fired. The swamp became steam. Water, mud, corpses and soldiers rose in a boiling cloud filled with particles of bone. Armor softened. Flesh sloughed from bodies. Men vanished inside their own shadows as the plasma discharge scoured the ground to vitrified blackness. Arukan read the casualty report afterward. He said nothing. Hours later, Kassa found him vomiting into a waste aperture, one hand braced against the wall. Neither man mentioned it. The War Master survived. The fleet erupted in celebration. War horns sounded. Legionaries fired weapons into the air. Men embraced, shouted and wept beneath banners stained by Davin's reign. Turnit received new orders alone. The transmission carried command encryption associated with the War Master's inner councils. Its destination markers referred to Isstvan. He read it twice, then he deleted it. The manifold recorded the acceleration of his heart. Kassa saw him leave the strategium and recognized fear beneath the Princeps's discipline. Dies. Irae turned away from Davin. Deep within its sealed galleries, something moved where no Auspex could find it. The Titan marched towards Isstvan, carrying the plague within its bones. Isstvan III welcomed the Imperium with artillery. The first shells rose from concealed batteries beyond the coral city and burst among the descending gunships. Fire stitched across the bruised sky. One Stormbird lost its port wing, rolled through a formation of assault craft, and came apart above the plains. Burning legionaries fell from the wreckage like fragments of a murdered constellation. The surviving craft continued their descent. Sons of Horus, Death Guard, Emperor's Children, and World Eaters struck the planet in converging waves. Drop pods hammered into the earth. Land raiders emerged from armored transports beneath curtains of dust. Imperial army regiments advanced behind battle tanks and mobile artillery, their standards snapping in air already thick with propellant smoke. They had been told Isstvan III was in rebellion. They had been told the world had rejected compliance, murdered imperial representatives, and defied the War Master's authority. They had been told they were descending to punish treason. Senior Princeps Esau Turnet knew otherwise. Dai's Irae walked behind the first assault line, its black towers rising above the army like the battlements of a moving citadel. Its void shields hummed around it. Its weapons tracked the distant city, but fired only when commanded. Turnit felt the war through the manifold. He felt every impact against the plane. He tasted the heat of burning armor through infrared sensoria and watched the assault unfold through hundreds of exterior picked feeds. Regiment markers advanced in ordered blocks. Legion formations moved ahead of them with the speed and discipline of warriors bred for conquest. The selected companies fought magnificently. That was why Horus had chosen them to die. Turnit regarded their identification runes without pity. Their loyalty had become a structural weakness. They obeyed the Emperor before the War Master, and therefore they could not be permitted to survive the transformation that was coming. No uncertainty troubled him. The order had descended through the proper chain of command. That was enough. Moderati Titus Cassar studied the deployment slate. Something about it had disturbed him since planetfall. The God Engine had been positioned far from the central advance, upon a rise overlooking the western approaches. The ground was stable, the fields of fire clear, and the nearest defensive positions weak enough to present no meaningful threat. More troubling were the prepared shelters marked beneath the surrounding terrain. Sealed mechanicum bunkers, protected ammunition crypts, deep maintenance vaults with independent air reserves. Their presence had not been mentioned during the operational briefing. "Senior Princeps," Kassa said, "the main Legion assault is moving beyond our optimal support envelope. The range remains sufficient. Our placement leaves us too distant to advance with them. We have not been ordered to advance." Kassa examined the tactical projection again. The western ground offers no objective of strategic value. It offers elevation and access to sealed infrastructure. Turnit's eyes remained open within the command throne, though his sight belonged to the Titan. "Attend to your station." Kassa lowered his gaze. "Yes, Senior Princeps." Jonah Aruken looked across the command deck towards him. He said nothing. The coral city sang as it died. Its structures had been raised according to principles that turned wind, vibration, and impact into sound. Towers of pale stone produced low, mournful notes whenever artillery struck nearby. Bridges screamed beneath tank treads. Domes ruptured with voices like choirs being strangled. The bombardment transformed the city into an instrument of agony. World Eaters breached the outer districts with chain axes and mass reactive shells. They moved too quickly for the army formations behind them, leaving streets packed with severed bodies and enemies dying in fragments. Death Guard infantry advanced beneath chemical smoke that would have killed ordinary soldiers. Their armor was already scarred and darkened by corrosive weapons. They took ground methodically, turning each captured district into another point from which the defenders could be exterminated. The Emperor's children assaulted through avenues where sonic emplacements shattered masonry and ruptured internal organs. Legionaries continued fighting with blood leaking through their respirator grills. Sons of Horus struck towards command positions, severing communications and destroying defensive coordination before the mortal forces understood what had happened. The rebels fought with desperation. Barricades rose across every avenue. Underground passages allowed defenders to appear behind the advancing legions. Civilian crowds were driven into open spaces to obstruct armor and create uncertainty in target identification. The Legiones Astartes fired through them. Bolter shells detonated inside human bodies. Men, children, and armed defenders disappeared together in explosions of bone and wet tissue. Tanks ground across the dead when the streets became too clogged to navigate. Dies Irae watched from the west. Its carapace batteries fired controlled patterns into the city's outer works. Its secondary weapons destroyed artillery positions and strong points identified by the advancing formations. The main batteries remained silent. Kassa watched ammunition expenditures rise at a fraction of projected combat use. "We are preserving too much," he said. Aruken glanced at him. "That is an unusual complaint. The ground forces are requesting full support. The ground forces always request full support. It prevents them from dying. They are dying regardless." Turnet entered their channel. "The main armament is reserved for the final reduction of the city." Kassa looked towards the command throne. "The city may fall before we are required. Then the ammunition will remain available for subsequent operations." The answer was reasonable. That made it worse. The city's defenders activated sonic batteries buried beneath the central plazas. Waves of focused vibration struck the advancing armor. Tank hulls split along weld lines. Crewmen died inside vehicles whose armor showed no external wound. Their lungs collapsed and their brains bleeding through the ears. Legionaries endured longer. Some staggered as internal organs ruptured. Others continued forward while blood filled their helms. The World Eaters met the sonic assault with greater fury, charging into the plazas and tearing apart defenders at arm's length. Artillery answered. Whole districts folded inward. Fire climbed into the sky. Kassa watched loyalist companies advancing through it and wondered why Dies Irae had been placed where no serious enemy could threaten it. A rune appeared in the manifold. It carried the command seal of the War Master. Turnet received the signal privately. There were no words, only an encrypted sequence, a timing marker, and a final authentication cipher. The moment he understood it, his heartbeat accelerated. The manifold recorded the change. "Seal all external apertures," Turnet ordered. Kassa turned from the fire control display. "Senior Princeps? Isolate ventilation. Close maintenance access. Withdraw internal atmosphere from all external galleries." Aruken frowned. "Our crews are still outside." "Seal the engine." Warning klaxons sounded throughout Dies Irae. Blast doors began descending. Armor shutters closed across observation ports. Ventilation turbines slowed, reversed, and locked behind pressure seals. Weapon housings rotated into protected positions. The main guns went offline. Across the Titan's exterior, maintenance crews looked up from damaged armor plates. Engine seers and deckhands ran for the nearest access hatches. Some reached them before the seals closed. Others did not. Men threw themselves against adamantium doors. Servo arms hammered upon armor thick enough to resist tank fire. Vox channels filled with requests for entry. Western foot cohort remains exposed, Casa reported. Abandon them. More than 400 personnel. Abandon them. What threat are we sealing against? Turnit ignored him. Void integrity to defensive configuration. Isolate command systems from exterior relays. Armsmen to the command deck. Casa looked towards the entrances as black-armored security personnel entered. They carried shot cannons, power mauls, and compact flamers. They took positions around the Princeps throne and the Moderati. Stations. This was not a defensive arrangement. It was a guard cordon. Aruken saw it as well. "What is happening?" he asked. "Remain at your stations," Turnit said. The external Vox continued transmitting. "Open the hatch. Princeps, receive us. Atmosphere seals closing. By the Omnissiah, open the gate." Fists struck armor. Then the fleet began to fire. The first bombs fell from the clouds as dark shapes surrounded by burning air. They did not resemble weapons intended to conquer a world. They descended slowly, almost peacefully, before bursting above the atmosphere in spreading veils of grey. Casa recognized the release pattern. His mouth went dry. Life Eater. The virus reached the surface. Its work began with the smallest things. Leaves blackened and collapsed. Insects burst open. Bacteria multiplied, died and became food for the next generation of the engineered plague. Grass turned to grey slime in seconds. Then men began to scream. The virus entered lungs, eyes, wounds, and armor seals. Skin blistered across entire bodies. The blisters swelled, split, and released blood already thick with dissolved tissue. An army infantryman removed his respirator because he could no longer breathe. His face came away with it. A Death Guard legionary tore open his gorget as his throat liquefied. His enhanced organs fought the infection, producing antibodies and emergency hormones that delayed death without preventing it. He remained conscious while the virus reduced his lungs to fluid. The advantage of transhuman physiology became another form of torture. Across the Coral City, people died where they stood. Some collapsed immediately. Others ran for sealed structures, leaving pieces of themselves behind. Eyes softened inside sockets. Teeth fell from dissolving gums. Muscles lost cohesion and slid from bones. Armor filled with human soup. The external crews of Dies Irae hammered upon sealed hatches as the virus consumed them. One engine seer pressed his face against a command-picked lens. His flesh had swollen around his augmetics. Blood leaked from every seam where metal entered the body. "Open!" he begged. His lips dissolved. He struck the armor again. His hand burst upon impact. The man slid down the Titan's greave, leaving a smear of blood, skin, and yellow fat across the black plating. Others gathered around the foot assemblies. Some prayed. Some cursed Turnit. Some continued requesting entry in the formal language of the Collegia Titanica, even as their organs broke down. The Titan did not move. Within minutes, forests collapsed into sludge. Food stores rotted inside sealed containers. Herd animals burst in their pens. The population of entire hab blocks flowed from doorways and windows as rivers of biological matter. The dead world became wet. The virus converted life into fuel for its next stage. Casa watched friendly identification runes disappear by the thousand. Sons of Horus, Death Guard, Emperor's Children, World Eaters, Imperial Army. They vanished from the display until the tactical projection resembled a night sky losing its stars. The screaming weakened. Then came silence. A command alert pulsed through the manifold. Atmospheric combustion imminent. The gases released by global decomposition ignited. Fire crossed Isstvan 3. It began beyond the horizon and arrived as a wall. The atmosphere itself burned. The firestorm struck the Coral City and erased what remained. Towers melted. Streets became rivers of glass. Bodies already reduced to fluid flashed into vapor. Flames wrapped around Dire's Irae. Its void shields blazed white. Exterior armor heated until black plating glowed red, then yellow. Banners, maintenance gantries, and exposed weapons shrines vanished in the inferno. Inside the sealed Titan, temperature warnings appeared across every deck. Cooling systems labored beyond design tolerance. Reactor output fluctuated. Atmosphere processors recycled air that grew hotter with every breath. Crewmen fainted at their stations. Servitors cooked inside their sockets. Fat ran from their bodies and gathered beneath the restraint frames. One ammunition handler tore open his coat, clawed at his chest, and ripped away strips of blistered skin as though his own flesh were trapping the heat inside him. Emergency teams dragged bodies from the fire control galleries. "Remain at duty," Turnit ordered. Loader collapsed beside a shell cradle. "Replace him." A Sensori officer went blind when blood boiled inside his eyes. "Replace him." Men died in the corridors while the world burned beyond the armor. Turnit did not permit the engine to break formation. Kassa watched the last friendly signals vanish. His doubts ended. The deployment coordinates, the sealed bunkers, the preserved ammunition, the warning. None of it had been chance. "The War Master warned us," he said. Turnit remained silent. "He warned Dire's Irae?" "Yes. But not the Legion forces below. They were the target." Aruken looked between them. Titus. Kassa ignored him. The warriors in the city believed they were enforcing compliance. They were enforcing necessity. They were loyal. Turnit's expression did not change. They were loyal to an absent sovereign who abandoned the crusade and returned to terror. Horus has separated the loyal from the useful. Kassa stared at him. Loyalty to Horus is not loyalty to mankind. Armsmen raised their weapons. Aruken moved from his station. Enough. Kassa saw fear in him. Not fear of treason. Fear that Kassa would say something that could not be withdrawn. Turnit's voice remained quiet. The Emperor gave Horus command of the crusade. The War Master exercises that authority. Those who resist him resist the lawful chain. The lawful chain did not authorize this. It authorized Horus. And if Horus commands the murder of the Imperium, then the Imperium must decide whether it obeys. The firestorm exhausted itself. Isstvan III emerged beneath a sky of ash. The choral city no longer sang. Its towers had become molten stumps. Plains that had held armies were covered in a dark, glassy crust beneath which shapes remained visible. The rendered dead had hardened into the ground. Sealed bunkers opened. Death Guard emerged first. Their armor was blackened by heat. Filters coughed soot. Weapons were damaged and ammunition scarce. Some carried wounded legionaries. Others guided mortal survivors who had hidden beneath the surface. They formed defensive lines without waiting for orders. They knew what had happened. Their identification runes appeared upon the Titan's displays. Friendly, loyal, Legiones Astartes. Turnit altered the classification. The runes turned red. Kassa found Aruken beside the secondary command relay. "We have to remove him," he whispered. Aruken looked towards the armsman. "How?" "Lock him out of the manifold. Disable the primary weapons. Transmit the orders to the survivors." "And after?" "There is no after. Someone must command the engine. Command no longer matters." Aruken stared at him. The words struck deeper than any accusation. His entire life had been built around advancement. Every wound, every rite, every campaign had brought him closer to the throne. Kassa was asking him to discard ambition, career, honor, and survival for men already condemned. "For what?" Aruken asked. "For what we served before Horus decided he was the Imperium." Aruken looked away. Turnit reactivated the main batteries. Power returned to the Hellstorm cannon. Ammunition elevators began moving. The plasma annihilator drew energy from the reactor cathedra. Targeting reticules settled over the Death Guard positions. "Confirm solution," Turnit said. Casa remained still. "Moderati Casa. Confirm." "No." The command deck fell silent. Turnit bypassed his station. He opened a general circuit to every surviving crewman aboard the Titan. "Horus is War Master by the Emperor's decree. The Emperor abandoned the Great Crusade. The warriors below rejected lawful command and raised arms against the authority they swore to obey. Resistance is treason. Hesitation is complicity." Some crewmen bowed their heads. Others remained motionless because the armsmen had leveled their weapons. The Hellstorm cannon rotated. Far below, Death Guard looked up as the shadow of its barrels passed across them. Their armor continued broadcasting Imperial recognition codes. Casa's hand moved beneath his console. His fingers closed around the grip of his auto-pistol. Arukan saw it. Their eyes met. Turnit gave the command. "Erase them." The Hellstorm cannon fired. The first salvo crossed the dead plain as a storm of incandescent shells. It struck the Loyalist position before the Death Guard could disperse, collapsing bunker mouths and ripping open the vitrified earth beneath their boots. Fortifications that had survived the Life Eater and the planetary firestorm vanished beneath fountains of molten stone. Legionaries disappeared inside the detonations. Some died too swiftly for pain. Their armor became white shapes in the glare before collapsing into slag. Others were hurled hundreds of meters, their limbs torn from their bodies by the pressure wave. A Death Guard warrior struck the remains of a habitation tower hard enough to shatter his breastplate and drive his fused ribs through both hearts. The wounded continued to move. That was the nature of the legions Astartes. They dragged themselves from craters with their armor burning and their organs ruptured, weapons still clenched in hands that no longer possessed fingers. One warrior advanced with half his skull exposed, firing his bolter until a secondary shell detonated inside his chest and scattered him across the men behind him. The survivors attempted to close beneath the main batteries. Their officers understood the geometry of Titan warfare. At sufficient proximity, the largest weapons could no longer depress far enough to strike them. They abandoned the shattered bunkers and charged through the ash, spreading into squads to deny Dire's Irae a single concentration. The God Engine's lesser guns found them. Defense batteries opened from towers and crenellated bastions across the Imperator's torso. Shells descended in intersecting patterns. Heavy-caliber rounds exploded among the Death Guard, turning entire squads into red mist and broken ceramite. Rotary cannons walked streams of fire across the ground, each impact punching through armor and detonating within the transhuman flesh beneath. A Loyalist captain raised his sword and ordered his warriors forward. A shell struck his squad. For a heartbeat, the captain remained standing inside a cloud made from his brothers. Blood coated his armor. A severed head struck his shoulder and rolled down his breastplate. Then the next burst tore him in half. Within the command deck, identification warnings screamed through the manifold. Friendly forces engaged. Legiones Astartes recognition confirmed. Imperial command cipher detected. Turnit watched the warnings multiply. The Titan's machine spirit resisted the rewritten firing solutions, its ancient recognition protocols struggling to reconcile the order to destroy warriors bearing valid Imperial transponders. "Override classification," Turnit ordered. A Sensori adept looked towards him. "Senior Princeps, the target architecture continues to identify them as allied formations. They are hostile. The command systems reject permanent reassignment without Mechanicum authorization." Turnit's voice remained calm. "You have my authorization. The rights. Erase the protocols." The adept hesitated. One of the armsmen behind him raised a shot cannon. The Sensori returned to his station. Binary petitions entered the machine spirit. Ancient safeguards were cut apart line by line. Codes written when Dire's Irae had first walked in service to Terra were replaced with the War Master's authority. Green runes became red. The Death Guard ceased to be brothers, allies or servants of the Imperium. They became targets. Kassa rose from his station. The auto-pistol in his hand looked absurdly small within the command chamber. Around him, Dies Irae killed hundreds with every heartbeat. Reactors thundered beneath kilometers of armor. Ammunition elevators carried shells capable of erasing districts. The weapon he raised could not wound the God Engine. It could kill the man commanding it. Kassa aimed at Turnit's head. "Release the manifold." Armsmen turned towards him. Several crewmen reached for sidearms and stopped. Kassa directed half the engine's weapon systems. Turnit was the senior princeps, enthroned within the machine. To kill either man during battle could cripple Dies Irae. Turnit remained connected to the command throne. "Titus," Aruken said. Kassa did not look at him. "Release the manifold," he repeated. Turnit's eyes focused upon him for the first time since the bombardment began. "You are committing mutiny. You are murdering the Imperium. The Imperium has already murdered itself." Outside, the secondary batteries continued firing. The deck trembled with each discharge. Death Guard signals vanished from the display. Kassa advanced one step. "We swore to defend mankind. We swore to obey. We did not swear ourselves to Horus. Horus is War Master by the Emperor's decree. The Emperor did not command this. The Emperor abandoned the crusade. He surrendered its future to the man strong enough to complete it." Kassa's pistol remained steady. "You speak as though strength creates truth. Strength creates empires. It also destroys them." Turnit's hand moved towards the last pistol mounted beside the throne. Kassa fired. The auto-pistol cracked inside the command chamber. The round struck Turnit beneath the collarbone. Blood burst across the throne harness. Neural cables tore loose as his body jerked within the restraints. For an instant, the manifold convulsed. Dies Irae stumbled. Across the battlefield, the Imperator's left foot descended at the wrong angle. The impact crushed an entire army battery and rolled 3 tanks beneath the edge of its armored soul. Weapons traversed without targets. Void shields flickered. Crewmen screamed as feedback traveled through their implants. Kassa fired again. The second round shattered part of the command throne and drove fragments of brass into Turnit's cheek. The princeps reached for the manifold cutoff. Kassa moved closer. "Disengage." Turnit looked at him through blood. "No." Kassa aimed between his eyes. A pistol fired behind him. The round entered Kassa's back and tore through one lung. It burst from his chest in a spray of blood, bone, and fragments of uniform. He remained standing. For one impossible moment, he looked down at the hole in his body as though it belonged to someone else. Then he turned. Aruken held the smoking pistol. Neither man spoke. Kassa's face showed no anger. That would have been easier to endure. There was only recognition, followed by something quieter and far more terrible. Understanding. Aruken had chosen. Kassa tried to raise his weapon towards Turnit again. Aruken fired a second time. The shot struck beneath Kassa's shoulder blade and ruptured his secondary lung. He fell against the steps of the command throne. Blood flooded his mouth as he attempted to breathe. Aruken approached him. The pistol shook in his hand. "Titus." Kassa looked up. Aruken had imagined words of absolution. He had imagined Kassa admitting that there had been no other choice, that the engine could not be surrendered, that duty to Dies Irae outweighed loyalty to men already condemned. Kassa gave him nothing. Blood ran between his teeth. His chest rose once, failed, and rose again. Aruken knelt beside him. "I saved the engine." Kassa's lips moved. No sound emerged. Aruken leaned closer. Kassa died looking into his eyes. The final expression was not hatred. It was pity. Kassa's blood spread beneath the command throne. It entered the grooves around the manifold conduits and flowed across brass seals etched with the oldest invocations of the machine god. The Titan tasted it. The manifold recorded the pistol discharge, Turnit's pain, Kassa's failing heart, and Aruken's terror. It recorded the hesitation before Arukin's first shot and the ambition that had overcome it. Something moved beneath the authorized architecture. A pulse traveled from the command throne into Arukin's station. It entered him through the neural contacts. For an instant, Arukin was no longer kneeling beside his dead friend. He was vast. His feet stood upon a dead world. His arms were weapons. Tens of thousands of mortal lives moved through him like blood through veins. He felt an intelligence older than his own thoughts turned towards him. It did not accuse him. It approved. The sensation vanished. Arukin gasped and found himself on the deck, one hand pressed into Kassa's blood. Turnit dragged himself upright within the throne. "Take his station." Arukin stared at him. "Senior Princeps, take his station." Kassa's body had not yet cooled when Arukin sat in his place. The command interfaces accepted him. Outside, Dies Irae regained its balance. The killing resumed. The Choral City had become a grave made from ruins. Abaddon moved through it beneath skies, blackened by ash. His Justarin followed in Terminator plate, their black armor scarred and grey with pulverized stone. They advanced through streets paved with bones and hardened human residue. The surviving loyalists fought from the lower districts. Garviel Loken and Tarik Torgadon stood among them. Once they had been brothers to Abaddon. They had shared the Mournival, spoken beside the War Master, and carried the honor of the 16th Legion across conquered worlds. Now they were obstacles. Horus Aximand walked beside Abaddon. Little Horus wore the same face he had carried through years of brotherhood, but his eyes no longer held uncertainty. The four warriors met beneath a broken tower. Their voices reached Dies Irae through distant picked capture and intercepted vox. The Titan observed them as points of tactical significance, but beneath the classifications lay older records. Legion officers, allies, commanders whose biometric patterns had once been protected. Those safeguards had been erased. Torgadon spoke first. His words carried bitter familiarity, accusation, and the remains of affection turned poisonous. Abaddon answered without apology. The age of debate had ended when the virus bombs fell. Then the former brothers attacked. Bolter fire shattered masonry. Power weapons struck armor in bursts of electric light. Loken fought with the fury of a warrior trying to kill not merely enemies, but the betrayal that had made them. Torgadon met Aximand blade to blade. He was faster at first. Anger lent him strength, and grief made him careless. Aximand waited for the opening. His sword passed through Torgadon's guard. The blade cut deep. Torgadon staggered. Blood ran across armor that still bore the Lunar Wolf's heritage beneath later colors. Aximand struck again, and ended him. Abaddon did not look towards the corpse. Loken saw his brother fall, and attacked with renewed violence. He drove through the Justarin's fire, and forced the traitors back beneath the collapsing ruins. Turnit received the targeting request. "Concentration at the Central District," Arukin reported. His voice sounded distant to him. "Loyalist command elements remain active." Turnit marked the coordinate. "Fire." A Titan weapon spoke. The Choral City convulsed. Buildings folded into the blast. Stone towers descended in avalanches. Loken vanished beneath millions of tons of rubble as the district collapsed around him. Abaddon watched the dust rise. He did not mourn. Loken's resistance proved the necessity of the purge. The Legion could not have survived with warriors who placed obsolete loyalty above the War Master's vision. Brotherhood that opposed purpose was merely another weakness awaiting removal. Beyond the ruins, a group of wounded sons of Horus emerged from a shattered transit vault. There were 11 of them. Their armor was broken, their ammunition depleted. Several could no longer stand without supporting one another. One had lost an arm. Another's abdominal plating hung open, exposing loops of synthetic muscle and glistening organs. Their leader removed his helm. Abaddon recognized him. "First Captain," the warrior said. Abaddon remembered the heraldic marks upon their armor. Ulanor, murder. Compliance actions fought beneath alien suns. He remembered 2 of their names without effort, and recalled the battlefield where another had earned the skull fixed to his pauldron. "We will yield," the warrior said. The Justarin raised their weapons. The loyalist shook his head. "We served beside you. We bled for the War Master before this madness." Abaddon lifted his combi bolter. "You bled for an Imperium that no longer exists. We are your brothers. You chose differently." The warrior's face hardened. "Then finish it." Abaddon fired into his knee. The mass-reactive shell detonated within the joint, severing the lower leg and spraying the stones with blood and armor fragments. The other loyalists moved. The Justarin opened fire. They did not kill cleanly. Bolter rounds destroyed hips, knees, and shoulders, dropping the wounded warriors among the ruins. One attempted to crawl towards Abaddon with a combat blade clenched between his teeth. Abaddon crushed his spine beneath one armored boot. He reached the wounded leader last. The legionary stared up at him. "We followed you across the stars. And now you have forced me to waste time proving the decision permanent." Abaddon's power fist closed around his head. The warrior's skull collapsed with a wet crack. Blood and brain matter spilled between the armored fingers. No brotherhood remained. The traitors drove the last resistance beneath the choral city. Loyalist legionaries, army soldiers, and civilian survivors retreated into catacombs, transit tunnels, and sealed vaults. They barricaded the approaches with wrecked vehicles and corpses. The traitor forces did not follow them. They brought phosphex. The weapons fell into the tunnels as pale burning stars. The alchemical fire spread with predatory purpose, crawling along walls and flowing beneath doors. It clung to armor, entered ventilation systems, and burned upon water. Men submerged themselves in cisterns. The fire followed. It consumed flesh without mercy, eating bodies to blackened bone. Legionaries sealed within their armor became furnaces. Mortal soldiers clawed at their breastplates as their skin burned away beneath them. Those who escaped the flames found the tunnels collapsing as Dies Irae stamped upon the structures above. The Titan's foot descended. Vaults folded beneath its weight. Bodies were compacted into the stone. Entire chambers became coffins where living men suffocated between fused corpses. Turnit ordered the loyalist vox channels played across the command deck. Calls for ammunition, requests for extraction, final oaths to the Emperor. Counterattack orders issued by men who knew no reinforcement would come. The voices filled the chamber until they became a choir of extinction. "Listen," Turnit told the crew. "This is the sound of treason exhausting itself." Irae sat at Cassa's station. Blood had dried across his gloves. He tried to remove it with cleansing cloths, but it remained beneath his nails and inside the neural sockets. Every time he connected to the manifold, he smelled iron and burned propellant. Turnit summoned him when the last organized transmission failed. "You preserved command continuity," the Princeps said. "You preserved the engine." Irae said nothing. "You are indispensable to me now." The words should have brought triumph. They felt like chains. "Continue in obedience," Turnit said, "and command will come." Later, Irae drank while on duty. He poured distilled coolant spirit into his mouth and swallowed until the command displays blurred. A whisper entered his interface. "You saved the engine." Cassa's voice. Irae tore the neural contacts free. The station remained silent. Outside, Abaddon passed beneath Dies Irae after the final resistance collapsed. The Imperator towered over him, black against the poisoned sky. Blood and human residue coated its feet. Its weapons radiated heat. Around it lay the works of the faithful, flattened into burial mounds. Abaddon looked upward. He offered no prayer and no reverence. He raised one clenched fist in acknowledgement. To Turnit, the gesture was honor bestowed by the War Master's foremost son. To Irae, it was judgment. The machine spirit recorded Abaddon's proportions, gait, armor configuration, and biometric signature. It preserved the image beneath layers of tactical memory. 10,000 years would pass. It would remember him. Orders arrived from Horus. The loyalist legions would answer Isstvan III. They would come in wrath, believing the rebellion could still be contained. The traitor host was to prepare for Isstvan V. Irae walked away from the choral city. Its footfalls shattered the glass made from rendered bodies. The atmosphere remained poisoned. Fires continued burning beneath the ruins, where Phosphex had found chambers too deep for air. Behind the withdrawing armies, Davenite priests searched the wreckage for anyone still breathing. Inside the Titan, Kassa's empty station activated. Aruken watched targeting runes form without command input. A firing solution resolved across the display. The target was impossibly distant. Terra. The black sand had been measured, ranged, and condemned before the Loyalists ever saw it. Artillery coordinates had been plotted across the Urgal Depression. Concealed batteries waited beneath thermal shrouds. Ammunition vaults lay buried under kilometers of basalt, their lifts aligned with firing pits, disguised as natural fractures in the ground. Titan revetments had been cut into the ridgelines, large enough to conceal engines whose footfalls could fracture cities. The traitor host had left weaknesses in its line. They were not mistakes. They were doors. Senior Princeps Esau Turnet understood the design from the moment the final deployment order entered the manifold. Horus had arranged the battlefield as a predator arranged a kill. The visible defenses were strong enough to demand blood, yet weak enough to invite confidence. The Loyalists would advance. They would expend ammunition, overextend armor, and commit their reserves. Then the second wave would descend behind them. Hope was not an unintended consequence of the trap. Hope was part of the weapon. Irae stood at the center of the prepared line, its black silhouette rising above the ridges like a fortress built to prosecute the end of worlds. Legio Mortis engines occupied the approaches around it. Reavers waited among prepared firing positions. Warhounds moved ahead in hunter pairs, their reactor signatures masked beneath the electromagnetic violence gathering in the sky. Turnet rested within the command throne. Neural cables bound him to the Imperator. He tasted the mineral content of the sand beneath its feet. He felt the charge held within the void shield generators, and the pressure of plasma moving through conduits broad enough to swallow troop carriers. The engine was ready. So was the enemy. Warning runes spread across the manifold. The heavens darkened. Loyalist vessels filled the upper atmosphere, their hulls burning as they entered too quickly for caution. Gunships, assault boats, and drop craft descended in numbers great enough to eclipse the sullen sun. The sky became a ceiling of armored bellies, engine fire, and falling debris. The first orbital bombardment struck the traitor line. Mountains vanished beneath pillars of light. Basalt ridges split and rolled across the plain. Sand rose in waves, fused by heat before it fell again as shards of black glass. Void shields ignited over Irae, each impact turning the protective fields into a blazing dome. Inside the Titan, men screamed prayers to the Omnissiah. The shield galleries shook hard enough to tear adepts from their restraints. One struck a brass cogitator bank face first. His skull opened above the nose, and fragments of frontal bone slid down the glowing runes. Servitors continued chanting, while blood ran across their keyboards. Turnet felt nothing but pressure. Shield strata 3 and 4 destabilizing, Aruken reported. He sat at the station that had belonged to Kassa. The dead Moderati's blood had been scrubbed from the surrounding plates, yet dark stains remained inside the neural sockets. Rotate burden to the eastern generators, Turnet ordered. Eastern generators are already above ordained tolerance. Tolerance is an administrative boundary. The enemy is a material one. Aruken transmitted the correction. The first Loyalist Titans emerged through the sandstorm. Iron Hand's engines advanced beneath the iron sigil of Medusa. Salamander's armor moved beside them in ordered wedges. green plate darkened by dust. Raven Guard formations descended farther east, their gunships cutting low through smoke before releasing assault forces into gullies and broken ground. The Loyalist advance possessed the weight of a continent in motion. Super-heavy tanks rolled between Titan feet. Land raiders climbed slopes that would have halted lesser armor. Artillery carriers halted, fired and moved before the return barrage arrived. Legion infantry advanced through detonations that erased mortal regiments. At ground level, there was no army. There was only noise. Army auxilia crouched behind rockcrete barriers as shells passed overhead. The pressure alone ruptured eardrums and burst capillaries in their eyes. Men went blind without being wounded. Others died when their lungs collapsed beneath shockwaves from weapons they never saw. A traitor gun crew loaded its final shell into a basilisk. The Loyalist counter-barrage arrived before the breach closed. The artillery piece disappeared. The crew became stains across the surrounding vehicles. One man remained standing with both arms gone, blood pumping from the ragged sockets, until a second impact reduced him to fragments. No one recorded his name. The Loyalists continued forward. Turnit watched the convergence lines tighten. "Main batteries," he said. "Engage!" The plasma annihilator drew upon the reactor. The command deck dimmed. Deep within Irae, captive stellar fire entered the weapon's coils. Priests screamed binary invocations as containment seals glowed white. Heat flooded the surrounding galleries. 2 engine seers ignited inside their robes. They beat at themselves with metal hands until their skin sloughed from their bodies. The weapon fired. A section of the Loyalist armored advance ceased to exist. Plasma struck among fellblades, land raiders, and super-heavy transports. Armor became liquid. Vehicle interiors flashed into furnaces. Legionaries trapped within were reduced to charcoal before their enhanced bodies could register pain. Those outside died more slowly. The blast burned shadows into the sides of tanks. Iron Hands warriors staggered with their bionics fused to their flesh. Salamanders caught beyond the central impact continued walking while fire poured from the joints of their armor. The ground beneath them melted. When it cooled, their bodies remained upright inside the glass. The Hellstorm cannon turned towards a Loyalist warlord. Targeting runes identified shield harmonics and probable generator cycling patterns. Turnit waited until the engine committed to firing upon a Mortis Reaver. Release. The Hellstorm salvo crossed the depression. The Loyalist Titan's void shields collapsed in layers. Each failure burst outward in a sphere of blue fire, throwing supporting infantry from their feet. The final barrier died. Before the warlord could redirect power, 2 Legio Mortis Reavers opened fire. Volcano cannon beams struck its torso. Armor plates peeled away. Internal decks ruptured. Thousands of crewmen were exposed to the atmosphere before heat cooked them where they stood. The warlord remained upright. Its princeps turned the dying engine towards Irae and fired. The blast struck the Imperator's forward shields. The world turned white. Turnit felt one shield generator explode. Its destruction traveled through the manifold as a lance driven through his ribs. Mortal crew on the corresponding gallery were torn apart by the detonation. One half of the chamber collapsed into the other. Men fell into exposed power conduits and vanished in sprays of burning meat. Void integrity reduced, Irae said. Turnit heard the strain in his voice. Then kill it before it fires again. The Hellstorm cannon answered. The warlord's head disappeared. Its command deck became a cloud of metal, vapor and blood. The headless engine took 3 more steps, each one crushing Loyalist infantry beneath it. Then its knee assemblies failed. It fell sideways. The impact buried entire formations beneath displaced sand and broken armor. The reactor went critical moments later, opening a crater where thousands had been fighting. The geography of the battlefield changed with every exchange. Valleys became ridges. Ridges became glass plains. Trenches appeared where blast waves had torn the surface open, then vanished beneath falling stone. Armies were swallowed by terrain that had not existed when they received their orders. The Loyalists recognized the center of destruction. Command signals converged upon Irae. Vulcan's authority entered the Loyalist network, carried through Legion channels and Titan command relays. The God Engine was to be destroyed. Laser destroyer cadres moved into prepared firing positions. Graviton weapons locked upon the Titan's lower assemblies. Heavy artillery abandoned counter-battery duties and redirected against the Imperator. The first concentrated strike hit Irae across the torso. Void shields burst. Armor split beneath repeated laser impacts. Graviton distortions dragged upon the left leg, making every step an act of mechanical violence. Secondary explosions traveled through internal galleries. Crew compartments opened to flame. Mortal attendants were pulped against bulkheads as the Titan lurched. A shell magazine shifted in its cradle and crushed an entire loading cohort. Bodies burst beneath the weight, organs and brain tissue forced through drainage grills. Arukan watched damage runes multiply. Lower bastion breached, western motive link degraded, carapace battery 3 unresponsive. Maintain advance. We are no longer advancing. Then maintain position with greater discipline. The Loyalist war engine in Temperata emerged from the storm. It bore the heraldry of the Iron Hands and moved directly into the Titan's firing arc, drawing the Imperator's weapons away from exposed infantry and armor. Its void shields flared as the Hellstorm cannon tracked it. Aruken recognized the intent. It is sacrificing itself. No, Turnit said, it is purchasing time. Intemperata fired. The impact tore a tower from Irae's shoulder. Masonry, armor, and human bodies fell from the Imperator's upper works. Crewmen tumbled through the air with their limbs flailing, striking the lower battlements hard enough to burst apart. Turnit answered with the plasma annihilator. The Loyalist engine disappeared inside white fire. Its shields died. Its armor ran. The reactor containment failed, and the Iron Hands war engine became a second sun upon the Black Plain. The sacrifice achieved its purpose. Salamanders and Iron Hands reached Irae. Assault craft passed beneath the void shields and struck the damaged western bastion. Melter charges burned through armor. Boarding ramps fell against the Titan's hull, and Legiones Astartes entered the walking fortress. Internal alarms changed in pitch. Boarders, Arukan said. Turnit perceived them through security feeds. Salamanders advanced first, their green armor blackened by the breach. Flamers washed over Titan armsmen. Men became screaming torches, running through corridors until their fat ignited beneath their skin. Iron Hands followed with bolters and breaching tools. Their augmetics allowed them to interface with sealed doors and defense systems. They moved towards the ammunition feeds, using the engine's own internal schematics against it. Titan armsmen established kill zones among shell cradles large enough to hold transport craft. Shot cannons fired at close range. A salamander took the blast across the chest. His breastplate collapsed inward, but he reached the barricade before dying and tore 2 armsmen apart with his gauntlets. Combat servitors charged. The Iron Hands dismantled them with power axes and melter fire. Limbs scattered across the deck. A servitor continued crawling after its torso had been severed, dragging itself forward by one iron hand until a legionary crushed its skull. Melter charges detonated around an ammunition lift. The compartment became an oven. Loyalists and defenders vanished in the same burst. Molten brass poured through lower decks. Crewmen below looked upward as the ceiling opened and burning metal fell upon them. The boarders advanced towards the reactor access routes. Aruken studied the internal schematics. Seal decks 7 through 12. Do so, Turnit replied. Those decks hold 900 crew. They also hold the enemy. Aruken initiated the seals. Blast doors descended around the contested sections. Loyalist legionaries reached some before they closed, forcing armored hands into the narrowing gaps. Hydraulics screamed against transhuman strength. Other doors shut. Aruken vented the sealed compartments. Atmosphere roared through emergency apertures into Isstvan's poisoned air. Mortal crew were torn from the deck. Men struck bulkheads hard enough to break spines. Bodies filled the openings, bending and compressing until pressure dragged them through gaps too narrow for intact skeletons. The salamanders maglocked their boots. The iron hands anchored themselves with mechanical claws. Aruken vented the coolant reservoirs after the atmosphere was gone. Superheated vapor flooded the decks. Armor seals failed. Legionaries cooked inside their plate. Mortal crew died in heaps, skin splitting as their body fluids boiled. A salamander reached a security pick lens before collapsing. He stared directly into it. Aruken saw the warrior's face behind a cracked helm lens. Flesh peeled from bone. One eye burst from the heat. The legionary raised his fist in defiance. Then the feed died. "Boarding force neutralized," Aruken said. His voice had no pride in it. Turnit reviewed the casualty figures. Acceptable. The second wave entered the atmosphere. The Loyalists cheered when they saw the descending craft. Word-bearers, Night Lords, Alpha Legion, Iron Warriors, reinforcements, salvation. Drop craft opened before they landed. Weapons fired into the Loyalist rear. Aircraft exploded while descending. Gunships that had lowered their shields to broadcast. Recognition codes were torn apart by supposed allies. Landing zones became fields of burning wreckage. The newly arrived legions struck from behind. Iron Warriors' artillery fired into Loyalist armor concentrations already engaged with Legio Mortis. Word-bearers assaulted command positions. Night Lords descended upon retreat routes, their Vox systems broadcasting screams and false orders. Alpha Legion formations appeared inside defensive zones no enemy should have reached. Titans turned their guns upon engines that had welcomed them moments earlier.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
A Loyalist Reaver pivoted too slowly. 3 traitor engines fired together. Its legs vanished beneath it, and the torso crashed among Salamander's infantry. The reactor remained stable long enough for the crew to burn alive. The battle ceased to possess fronts. It became execution. Loyalists were trapped between prepared fortifications, Titan fire, and the armies they had believed were allies. Retreat corridors became killing grounds. Gunships were shot from the sky. Armored formations collided while attempting to reverse through their own infantry. Men died beneath friendly tracks. Legionaries were crushed against hulls, their ceramite armor buckling before bones and organs gave way. Wounded warriors vanished under tank columns while still firing at the enemy. Abaddon entered the massacre through teleport fire. The Justarin materialized among a shattered Iron Hands command formation. Black Terminator armor appeared inside rings of frozen lightning. Their first volley destroyed the command vehicles before the defenders could turn. Abaddon advanced with a Legion Power Fist, crackling around one hand and a combi bolter in the other. He did not waste time killing every warrior before him. He killed the men whose deaths would spread confusion. An Iron Hands commander emerged from a wrecked Land Raider. Half his body was augmetic. A damaged servo arm fired blindly from his back, while he issued withdrawal orders through the Legion network. Abaddon reached him through bolter fire. The commander swung a thunderhammer. Abaddon caught the haft in his power fist and crushed it. He seized the Iron Hand by the gorget and tore him from his armor's damaged spinal mount. Cables ripped from the commander's back. Artificial organs and preserved flesh came away with them. The Iron Hand continued transmitting. Abaddon closed his fist around the warrior's skull. Bone and iron collapsed together. Brain matter sprayed across the Vox grill. Abaddon retained the corpse. He pressed the dead commander's transmitter against his own helm and issued a withdrawal order using the warrior's command cipher. The signal directed 3 Loyalist cohorts towards a ravine already ranged by traitor artillery. The cohorts obeyed. Iron Warriors' batteries opened fire when they entered the channel. Men and tanks vanished beneath overlapping detonations. Abaddon discarded the corpse. His cruelty killed hundreds more than his hand had touched. Across the depression, Primarchs met beneath burning skies. Ferrus Manus reached Fulgrim amid the ruin of the Loyalist center. Their battle became a storm within the greater storm. weapons struck with force that split the ground. Legionaries died around them simply because they stood too close. Then the Phoenician's blade fell. Ferrus Manus died. His severed head was raised above a field, drowning in the blood of his sons. Vulcan vanished beneath catastrophic fire. Entire Salamander's formations were consumed while searching for him. Corax gathered what remained of the Raven Guard and fought towards escape routes, already closing beneath Night Lord's guns. Dai's Irae stood above it all. Its armor burned, its lower bastion bled smoke, its void shields flickered in wounded layers. Yet it remained the greatest landmark upon the field, visible through storms, explosions, and the pyres of dead titans. Horus emerged from its shadow when the killing waned. The Warmaster crossed ground paved in black sand, broken armor and bodies crushed into unrecognizable meat. He came to claim the severed head of Ferrus Manus, and behold the victory his trap had purchased. Turnit watched him through the manifold. Once again, Horus appeared only after restraint had been cast aside, and slaughter had achieved its purpose. Below the command deck, crewmen gathered around Cassa's former station. They no longer invoked the Omnissiah. They called the engine, the Day of Wrath. Fragments of loyalist armor were placed upon maintenance shrines. Severed fingers, eyes, and strips of transhuman flesh were pressed into the cracks around command conduits. Blood marked the brass. Turnit knew of the gatherings. He permitted them. Weapon response improved after the rites. Crew discipline strengthened. Men who believed the engine desired victory did not hesitate when commanded to die for it. Aruken watched the offerings accumulate around his station. Whenever he obeyed without question, the interfaces responded smoothly. When he hesitated, neural feedback burned through his skull. The Titan was learning what it wanted from him. As Isstvan 5 burned, reactor output began to rise. No order had been given. Energy climbed through the manifold. Warning runes appeared and vanished before the adepts could read them. Deep within the reactor cathedra, a voice spoke through every servitor at once. It promised that Dies Irae would walk upon the birthplace of mankind. Turnit closed his eyes. The machine foresees victory. Aruken heard another voice beneath it. Soft, familiar. Cassa whispered through the manifold. You have not chosen a master. Aruken gripped the edges of his station. You have opened a door. The road to Terra was paved with worlds that no longer possessed names. Some had been erased from the expeditionary archives before the guns of Dies Irae fell silent. Others survived only as coordinates buried inside the God Engine's corrupted memory, fragmented designations repeated by dead servitors and half-mad cogitators. Their cities, oceans, and continents endured as firing solutions, reactor expenditures, and casualty totals. The First World surrendered before the Titan made planetfall. Its rulers transmitted capitulation codes from an orbital palace, while their armies laid down weapons across 3 continents. The Warmaster's heralds accepted the surrender, ordered the population into designated assembly zones, and commanded Dies Irae to fire. The Hellstorm cannon erased the capital. The blast flattened the palace, the surrounding districts, and the surrender fields beyond them. Millions died beneath a sky made white by their extinction. Those farthest from the impact survived long enough to see their flesh blacken and peel from their bones. The engine's fire control adepts recorded the strike as calibration. On another world, forge complexes were stripped while their workers still lived. Dark Mechanicum cohorts entered the Manufactoria behind Legio Mortis, tearing sacred machinery from foundations and dragging it into waiting transports. Adepts who resisted were chained to their own assembly lines. Their arms were removed and replaced with crude loading tools so they could dismantle the engines they had once worshipped. When the last useful component was taken, Dies Irae turned its plasma annihilator upon the central forge. The discharge transformed Manufactoria, workers, and sacred data vaults into a lake of molten iron. The Forge's ruling magos transmitted pleas for preservation until his Vox Tower collapsed. His final words became part of the Titan's targeting archive, stored beneath ammunition reports and void shield harmonics. The campaigns blurred together. Population centers became test ranges. Refugee columns became measures of dispersal efficiency. Fortresses were permitted to fill with soldiers before the bombardment began, because a weapon proved little when fired against empty stone. The crew of Dies Irae learned to judge worlds by the manner of their destruction. Rocky planets produced cleaner blast patterns. Oceanic worlds drowned slowly once their weather systems were broken. Hive cities burned from within, their enclosed levels feeding smoke, heat and panic upwards, until billions suffocated in towers that had become crematoria. Senior Princeps Esau Turnet approved every expenditure. He spent less time outside the manifold, with each passing campaign. At first, he disconnected between battles. Servitors lifted his weakened body from the command throne and lowered him into an amniotic recovery cradle. Medici attendants cleaned the neural sockets along his spine, replaced nutrient reservoirs, and massaged circulation back into limbs that no longer remembered how to support his weight. He began refusing disconnection. The first refusal lasted 1 additional watch cycle, then 3, then an entire transit between systems. When the Medici adepts warned that prolonged communion would destroy what remained of his body, Turnet answered through the external vox of the Titan. The body is an interface. Repair it. His lips had not moved. The words rolled from Dies Irae's warhorn housings, loud enough to shake dust from the command deck. The crew knelt. Turnet did not remember speaking. His flesh became translucent beneath the throne's restraint harness. Blue veins spread across his chest, like cracks beneath ice. Tubes replaced failing organs one by one. A pump beside the throne performed the labor of one heart. His lungs collapsed after a plasma feedback incident and were replaced by bronze bellows buried inside the command dais. He no longer dreamed as a man. He dreamed of range, of burden tolerances, of shield collapse and target density. When attendants forced him from the throne, he felt mutilated. He could not sense the pressure beneath the Titan's feet. He could not feel the distant heat of engines, the trembling of frightened crew, or the patient hunger of the main batteries. Blindness would have been mercy beside such separation. Turnet began referring to his mortal body as the Princeps component. The crew began referring to the Titan as Turnet. No one could say where one ended and the other began. Jonah Aruken received promotion after promotion. He became senior moderati. He was granted authority over fire control divisions, internal security, and tactical communion with supporting engines. His name entered Legio Mortis command rosters. Lesser officers bowed when he passed. He never received his own engine. Every advancement chained him more tightly to Dies Irae. Turnet called him indispensable. Aruken came to hate the word. He drank distilled coolant, mixed with combat narcotics, before entering the command deck. The fluid burned his throat and numbed the tremors in his hands. Without it, he heard Titus Cassa in every unused Vox channel. The dead Moderati spoke from sealed compartments. He whispered from inactive weapon stations. He breathed through the ventilation ducts when the Titan crossed the emptiness between stars. During battle, the manifold punished Aruken with memory. He would reach for a firing rune and find an auto pistol in his hand. The command deck would become Isstvan 3. Cassa would turn, the first round tearing through his lung. Aruken would feel the bullet enter his own back, feel ribs break, feel blood flooding the chest. The Titan amplified every sensation. Cassa's death became a weapon used against the man who had caused it. Aruken would scream inside the manifold, while his body remained motionless at the station. Crew around him saw only the blood seeping from his nose and the desperate tightening of his hands. Then, Dies Irae would release him. The firing solution would resolve. The weapon would respond without delay. Obedience brought relief. Hesitation brought Cassa. Arukan understood the lesson. The fortress stood upon a world of iron mountains and red deserts. Its walls had endured orbital attack, seismic weapons, and months of bombardment. Loyalist commanders believed the traitor host would assault the outer bastions, establish siege parallels, and grind forward through overlapping fields of fire. Abaddon studied the terrain once. He rejected the walls. The first captain stood within Dies Irae's strategium projection, black Terminator armor scarred by years of war. He carried no relic taken from a dead warmaster, no demon blade, and no crown of command. He bore a power fist and combi bolter, the tools of a legion officer who had never required ornament to impose authority. Turnit manifested through the central hololith as a towering, distorted face composed of static and targeting runes. "The western curtain is weakest," Turnit said. "Sustained bombardment will produce breach conditions within 7 days." Abaddon looked beyond the wall representation. What lies beneath the supply districts? Arukan expanded the subterranean map. Natural caverns, deep mining scars, structural supports beneath the defensive plate. Abaddon marked 3 points. "Fire here." Turnit examined the selection. The targets are not fortifications. They support the ground beneath the fortifications. The collapse will destroy the supply districts. Yes. Resources required for occupation will be lost. We are not occupying it. Turnit paused. What is the objective? Passage. The order went out. Dies Irae ignored the strongest walls. The Hellstorm cannon struck the mountain bed beneath the fortress, each salvo driving force into ancient fault lines. Plasma fire followed, turning subterranean rock into expanding gas. The ground began to move. Towers tilted. Supply bunkers split open. Ammunition vaults detonated beneath inhabited districts. Hundreds of thousands died when the fortress floor collapsed into the mines below. The Loyalists had prepared to defend walls. Abaddon removed the earth beneath them. He ordered the mortal armies forward before the collapse ended. Traitor army regiments entered the breach, while rock still fell from the mountains. Men disappeared beneath landslides. Tanks rolled into fissures and vanished. Entire battalions were crushed between moving plates of stone. Officers requested delay. Abaddon denied them. Advance until the ground bears weight. The human armies obeyed. Bodies filled the unstable hollows. Tanks became foundations. Broken vehicles, dead soldiers, and collapsed structures compacted beneath the feet of those following behind. Thousands died to create a road. When the surface finally held, the Justarin crossed over them. Their Terminator boots marched upon compressed flesh, shattered armor and bones, ground into the red stone. Blood rose around their greaves with every step. Abaddon entered the fortress through a bridge made from his own dead. The defenders attempted to retreat into the reactor cities beyond the mountains. He ordered Dies Irae to erase them. Turnit reviewed the targets: 3 reactor cities, 2 ammunition foundries, a continental power nexus, tectonic pressure points extending beneath the surviving Loyalist territories. "Destruction will propagate beyond the military zone," Turnit said. "That is the intention. The resulting chain reaction will destroy manufactoria required for resupply. We will not resupply here. Civilian losses will exceed projected military effect." Abaddon looked towards the hololithic face. "You continue to speak as though I am conquering this world. What are you doing? Teaching the fleet behind us that pursuit has no reward." The plasma annihilator fired into the first reactor city. Containment towers burst. The city became a spreading sphere of white fire. Secondary reactors failed across the continent. Ammunition foundries detonated in sequence, each explosion triggering the next. Dies Irae fired upon the fault lines. The continent broke. Cities slid into the earth. Oceans crossed mountain ranges. Loyalist soldiers, traitor auxiliaries and civilians died together beneath storms of molten stone. Atmospheric ash buried the surviving hemisphere in darkness. Turnit watched the resource projections disappear. For the first time, He understood that Abaddon possessed fewer restraints than he did. Turnit destroyed because command made destruction lawful. Abaddon chose objectives for which destruction was the law. The distinction unsettled him. The revolt aboard Dies Irae began in the lower ammunition galleries. The conspirators had served beneath Kassar. Some had attended the forbidden prayer circles before Isstvan. Others had watched friends abandoned outside sealed hatches or burned inside compartments purged by Turnit's order. They sabotaged an ammunition elevator feeding the plasma annihilator. The lift jammed between decks while carrying a containment charge. Warning runes appeared across the command systems. Had the charge ruptured, the explosion might have crippled the weapon or opened a path towards the reactor cathedra. Aruken led the suppression force personally. He descended through smoke-filled maintenance tunnels with Titan armsmen and combat servitors. Emergency lumens flashed red. Machine oil and blood ran together beneath the grated floors. The rebels attacked from access ducts. Shotguns fired at arm's length. One armsman's head vanished above the jaw. His body remained standing long enough to discharge his weapon into the men beside him. Another was struck in the abdomen. The blast opened him from hip to sternum, spilling organs across the deck. Chain blades screamed in the smoke. Teeth tore through armor, bone and flesh. Severed fingers struck walls. Rebel's face was caught by a chain axe and dragged into the mechanism until the weapon jammed with fragments of skull. Aruken advanced behind a shield servitor. Rounds reduced the servitor's torso to ragged meat, but its mechanical legs continued carrying the ruined body forward. The rebels fell back towards the elevator controls. Their leader was Deckmaster Solon, an officer who had once served beside Kassar in the Western batteries. His face was scarred by the firestorm on Isstvan III. One eye had been replaced by a brass devotional plate engraved with the Imperial Eagle. Aruken shot him through the leg. Solon fell beside the jammed lift. "You murdered him," the deckmaster said. Aruken approached. "Kassar murdered himself. He tried to save the engine. He tried to surrender it. He tried to save us from what it was becoming." The elevator groaned around them. Something vast moved in the surrounding metal. Aruken heard Kassar whisper through his helm, "Tell him the truth." Aruken seized Solon by the throat. The truth is that he lost. He did not execute the deckmaster. Death was too brief. Solon was taken to the plasma annihilator's cooling galleries. Dark Mechanicum adepts removed his limbs and opened his chest without anesthetic. They fused his nervous system into the thermal regulators, using his pain responses to detect fluctuations in the weapon's coils. The next time the cannon fired, coolant flooded through tubes driven into his organs. Portions of his body boiled. He screamed through every firing cycle. The weapon's stability improved. The Dark Mechanicum expanded the procedure. Captured engine sears were integrated alive into damaged systems. Sacred oils were mixed with blood. Maintenance litanies changed one line at a time until invocation replaced calibration. Bless the conduit became feed the conduit. Awaken the machine became unbind the hunger. Preserve the motive force became let iron consume flesh. Prisoners were fused into shield generators. Their exposed nerves reacted to incoming fire before mechanical sensors registered impact. Their screams provided warning of void collapse. Others were packed into reactor chapels. Their bodies formed living insulation around plasma conduits. Heat cooked them slowly. When they died, new captives were pressed into the spaces left behind. Dies Irae grew calmer when men suffered inside it. Void harmonics stabilized. Weapons cycled faster. Damaged systems responded to command. Turnit called it increased efficiency. Aruken knew better. The engine no longer required worship. It had learned to feed. The traitor host reached the solar system behind a curtain of burning ships. Space itself became a battlefield without horizon. Minefields drifted between worlds. Attack craft moved in swarms. Warships died in silence, their hulls breaking open and releasing millions of bodies into the void. Some corpses remained frozen in formation, still strapped into command thrones and gun stations. Others drifted through debris clouds so dense that transports struck them like rain. Legio Mortis traveled within armored carriers and mass conveyors, its god engines chained inside holds large enough to contain cities. Dies Irae felt the war through orbital feeds. Lances crossed the darkness. Fortresses burned around moons. Defense platforms fired until their reactors failed, then detonated among the fleets attacking them. The engine saw terror. It did not recognize a birthplace. It recognized walls. The Imperial Palace spread across the surface as the greatest fortification ever raised by human hands. Its bastions, shield lines, and weapon systems extended beyond any single tactical projection. Armies crowded the approaches. Loyalist engines waited beneath banners of fire. Turnit gazed through the Titan's optics. "Home," he whispered. The machine did not share the sentiment. Terror was not sacred. It was the largest target in existence. The descent shook Dies Irae from foot to crown. Heat wrapped around its transport cradle. Atmospheric fire burned across its armor, while landers and drop craft died around it. Then the locks released. The Imperator stepped onto Terra. Its foot struck soil mixed with ash, rubble, and human remains. Refugee camps stretched beyond the landing zones. Defensive trenches scarred the horizon. Fortress districts rose. Through smoke, Dies Irae raised its head. The war horn sounded. Windows burst kilometers away. Wounded soldiers bled from the ears. Refugees collapsed, clutching their skulls as the note passed through flesh and bone. Animals broke their restraints and tore themselves apart against fences in their attempts to flee. The sound rolled towards the palace. Turnit spoke through the Titan's external vox. Dies Irae has returned to the world that forged it. Beneath his voice, something deeper answered. I have come to inherit. Terra no longer possessed a horizon. Smoke had devoured it. The sky above Mercury Exultant burned with the wreckage of orbital platforms, void ships, and defense satellites. Fragments of dead vessels entered the atmosphere in incandescent storms, trailing molten armor and frozen corpses. Lance strikes split the cloud cover and created artificial dawns that lasted only long enough to reveal the magnitude of the slaughter below. Then darkness returned. Legio Mortis advanced through it. Warhounds moved ahead in packs, lean silhouettes darting between burning districts and fortress outworks. Reavers followed, their weapons tracking the loyalist lines, while their void shields gathered dust, ash, and fragments of human bone against invisible barriers. Warlords marched behind them, each stride crushing trenches, vehicles, and habitation ruins beneath feet broad enough to become public squares. At the center came Dies Irae. The Imperator's towers rose above the smoke. Fires burned from wounds across its armor. Organic cables had grown through shattered plating, pulsing beneath iron like veins beneath skin. Where loyalist weapons had torn away entire sections of its bastions, dark Mechanicum adepts had filled the cavities with welded metal, dead servitors, and flesh harvested from prisoners. It should not have lived. It lived because men were dying inside it. The Mercury Exultant approaches had been remade into an execution ground by the defenders. Fortress walls crossed the region in overlapping layers. Anti-Titan batteries occupied armored redoubts sunk deep beneath the surface. Minefields extended beyond visual range. Massed armor waited within concealed revetments, while night households gathered around the feet of Legio Ignatum. The fire wasps stood beneath banners scorched by the siege. Their engines formed a wall before the palace walls. Infantry armies filled the ground between them. Millions of soldiers occupied trenches, bastions, subterranean galleries, and collapsed districts. They stood so densely that artillery could not miss them. Mortal regiments waited beneath engines, whose smallest movements could kill entire companies, without malice or awareness. They were not fighting beside Titans. They were trapped between them. Senior Princeps Esau Turnet felt the Loyalist defense through the manifold. Every volcano cannon produced a heat signature. Every void generator created a harmonic pulse. Minefields disturbed the soil in geometric patterns that were obvious to the seismic senses of Dies Irae. The Princeps tasted the electric tension of the kill zones and heard the defensive network communicating through encrypted bursts. The Imperial Palace was close. Its walls rose beyond the battlefield, immense even when viewed through smoke and distortion. Towers pierced the poisoned heavens. Shield light shimmered across fortifications raised to withstand the end of mankind. Turnet no longer thought of terror as home. Home was a concept for men who still inhabited bodies. The palace was a target. Aruken watched targeting runes gather across his station. "They are permitting the warhounds to enter," he said. Turnet perceived the same pattern. "They want the scouts inside the artillery envelope. Shall I order withdrawal?" "No. They will be isolated. They will identify the batteries when they die." Aruken transmitted no warning. The Warhound pack crossed the first defensive marker. Legio Ignatum opened fire. The ground vanished beneath them. Volcano cannon beams struck through smoke and armor. One Warhound lost both void shields in the first instant. The next blast passed through its torso and opened the reactor chamber. The engine staggered forward, spilling molten machinery and burning crew through the wound. Its Princeps screamed across the manifold. The cry ended when the reactor detonated. The second Warhound attempted to turn. Minefields erupted beneath its feet. Its left leg disappeared at the knee, torn apart by buried charges designed to cripple engines far larger than itself. The Warhound fell into a trench line, crowded with traitor auxilia. Thousands died beneath it. The engine's head struck the ground and split open. Crew and amniotic fluid poured from the command compartment. Infantrymen trapped beneath the wreckage screamed until the Warhound's plasma coils ruptured and burned them to vapor. Turnet marked the Loyalist battery positions revealed by the attack. The scouts have fulfilled their purpose. The Mortis artillery answered. Missiles crossed the battlefield in swarms. Bastions disappeared under detonations. Buried batteries were hammered until the ground above them collapsed and compacted the crews within. The fire wasps began their advance. Their warlords moved with the solemn precision of executioners. Reavers guarded their flanks. Night banners surged ahead beneath ion shields, weapons held high as they crossed the burning plain. Legio Mortis met them. Titan weapons fired across distances measured in kilometers. Void shields collapsed one layer at a time, each failure exploding outward with enough force to destroy nearby infantry. Men were lifted from the earth and broken against tanks. Others vanished entirely, their bodies reduced to vapor by energy released from defensive systems intended to protect the engines towering over them. Warlords used ruined fortress districts as cover. They crouched behind structures that had once housed millions. Weapons fired over the broken towers, while crews vented reactor heat through damaged carapaces. Reavers advanced when the warlords recharged, then withdrew as the larger engines resumed fire. Warhounds ran between their legs, hunting weakened prey. Dies Irae walked through the exchange. The Hellstorm cannon rotated towards a loyalist warlord, holding the center of the Ignatum formation. Its armor was painted in fire and gold. Infantry regiments crowded around its feet, using the engine's void envelope as protection against the worst of the Mortis bombardment. Turnet studied its shield cycle. "First firing sequence," he ordered. The Hellstorm cannon spoke. The initial burst struck the warlord's shields. Blue fire rippled around the engine, illuminating thousands of soldiers beneath it. The barriers held. A second burst followed. One shield collapsed. The detonation vaporized the infantry nearest the loyalist Titan. Farther out, men were thrown across the earth. Some landed alive with bones driven through their skin. Others struck armor hulls and burst apart. The warlord returned fire. Its volcano cannon beam struck Irae's forward voids. 3 shield layers failed in rapid succession. The blast traveled through the Imperator's superstructure, shaking towers and rupturing internal conduits. Aruken tasted blood. Shield burden approaching collapse. Continue firing. The Hellstorm cannon discharged again. The Loyalist warlord's remaining shields died. The next shells struck armor. A plate the size of a fortress gate tore from its chest and spun through the supporting formations. It passed through tanks, knights and infantry without slowing. Molten fragments fell behind it, punching through men and vehicles like rain made from metal. The warlord's upper bastions burned. Turnit combined the cannon's barrels for the final discharge. The weapon drank from the Titan's ammunition feeds. Loading servitors screamed as the mechanisms accelerated beyond safe tolerances. One shell cradle broke from its track, crushing an entire labor gang beneath it. Blood sprayed across the loading deck. Severed limbs continued twitching between the gears. The Hellstorm fired. The landscape folded beneath the impact. The Loyalist warlord disappeared inside a detonation that flattened fortifications for kilometers. Its armor became fragments within a rising wall of fire. The blast carved a trench across the battlefield and buried Loyalist and traitor formations beneath displaced earth. When the smoke cleared, the engine's lower half remained standing. Its torso was gone. Legio Ignatum responded with discipline rather than fury. Fire Wasp warlords selected Dies Irae together. Reavers moved to angles that denied the Imperator protection from supporting engines. Lance batteries hidden in the fortress. Works opened fire. Missile barrages descended upon the Titan's carapace. The first coordinated strike collapsed its remaining forward shields. The second reached the armor. Volcano cannon beams tore across the upper towers. Stone, adamantium and flesh exploded outward. Armor plates large enough to cover hab blocks peeled away and fell through the battlefield, crushing thousands beneath them. Internal compartments ruptured. Crewmen were torn from their stations and sucked through openings into the burning air. Some struck the outer armor and smeared across it. Others fell from the Titan's heights, alive for long seconds, before impact reduced them to wet circles across the earth. An ammunition gallery detonated. The explosion traveled through 3 decks. Shell handlers vanished inside the fireball. Those beyond the immediate blast were flayed by pressure. Skin detached from muscle. Eyes burst. Organs ruptured inside bodies that appeared intact until they collapsed. A plasma conduit split in the reactor cathedra. White fire flooded the chapel. Tech priests burned inside their robes. Servitors fused into the deck, their mechanical limbs continuing to perform loading motions after their flesh had become charcoal. Aruken watched casualty runes rise. Thousands dead within the western superstructure. They were structural mass, Turnit said. The void generators are failing. They remain functional. Armor cohesion is below war-safe tolerance. Turnit felt metal moving within the engine. Black cables extruded from damaged bulkheads. They coiled through torn compartments and drew broken plates together. Flesh spread across ruptures, sealing pressure losses beneath glistening membranes. Dead crewmen trapped within the repairs were absorbed into the growing tissue. One man remained alive as the wall closed around him. He screamed until flesh filled his mouth. The wound sealed. Cohesion is improving, Turnit said. Aruken stared at the runes. The Titan was repairing damage no machine should have survived. Legio Ignatum recognized that the smaller engines could not halt it. Imperius Prima advanced. The Loyalist Emperor-class engine emerged through the smoke, with Princeps Maximus Sidon enthroned within its command core. Its towers carried the heraldry of the Fire Wasps. Cathedral guns lined its bastions. Its void shields burned around it like a second atmosphere. 2 moving cities turned towards one another. Their secondary batteries fired first. Entire regiments died between them. Shells intended for Titan armor passed through infantry concentrations and detonated among vehicles. Men were torn apart without ever being targeted. Tanks flipped end over end. Knights vanished inside explosions large enough to leave only armored feet embedded in the ground. Imperius Prima fired its main battery. The blast struck Irae across the torso. Armor disintegrated. A weapons tower collapsed through the lower decks, crushing crew, galleries and shrines beneath thousands of tons of metal. The wreckage burst through the Titan's side and fell onto the battlefield. Turnit felt the wound as pleasure. Pain confirmed that the enemy still possessed something worth destroying. "Plasma Annihilator," he ordered. The weapon drew directly from the reactor. Every lumen aboard Irae dimmed. Crewmen in the lower decks were cast into darkness, while the containment systems groaned. The princeps felt the machine gathering heat, hatred and hunger around the coils. The Plasma Annihilator fired. Imperius Prima's void shields ignited. One failed, then another. The Loyalist engine continued advancing, firing while its defensive fields collapsed around it. Its Hellstorm weapon struck the Mortis line, gutting a Reaver and setting another ablaze. Sidon was not trying merely to survive. He was attempting to reach killing distance. Turnit admired the calculation. He rejected the outcome. "Concentrate all carapace batteries upon the command bastion." Secondary weapons turned. Fire hammered Imperius Prima's upper works. The Loyalist engine's towers vanished behind explosions. Its return salvo struck Irae's left arm and tore away whole banks of weapon housings. The Imperator stumbled. Its foot descended into an anti-armor ditch filled with corpses. The bodies had accumulated for days. Loyalists, traitors, servitors, and animals had been thrown into the trench until flesh replaced earth. The Titan's weight compressed them into a red paste. Blood rose around the ankle in a wave. Traitor auxilia sheltered behind embankments built from the dead. Shrapnel struck the corpse walls and buried itself in ribs, skulls, and packed organs. Nearby, a Loyalist regiment continued firing after radiation stripped the skin from their bodies. Their uniforms filled with blood and detached flesh. Men reloaded with fingers that no longer possessed nails. Some collapsed against their weapons and were held upright by those dying beside them. Titan warfare passed over them without notice. Imperius Prima closed. Its weapons struck again. Irae's surviving voids died. For the first time, nothing remained between the Loyalist guns and the God Engine's flesh. Aruken heard Kassa whisper through his neural link. "Now you understand what you serve." Turnit drove Irae forward. The Imperator fired the Hellstorm cannon at close range. The Loyalist engine's torso vanished beneath the blast. Shield generators ruptured. Towers collapsed. Fire crossed command decks and crew galleries. Imperius Prima answered with every weapon still capable of firing. The two engines stood within each other's destruction. Their secondary batteries annihilated armies around them. Their feet crushed fortifications. Their war horns sounded over the screams of millions. Turnit selected the damaged region beneath the Loyalist command bastion. "Full plasma discharge." Aruken saw the reactor warnings. "The weapon may breach our own containment." "Fire!" The Plasma Annihilator released everything. The discharge penetrated Imperius Prima. For one heartbeat, the Loyalist Emperor-class Titan remained visible as a black outline within white fire. Then its core opened. The upper half of the engine erupted. Towers, weapons, and crew were thrown across Mercury Exultant. Princeps Sidon's command bastion broke apart inside the explosion. The Titan's dying war horn sounded once, distorted into a roar of static and agony. Imperius Prima fell. Its collapse crushed Loyalist fortifications beneath it. The reactor did not detonate immediately. Fire spread through the wreckage, while thousands trapped beneath the engine burned or suffocated. Legio Ignatum's center broke with it. Irae advanced through the corpse of its enemy. The palace walls stood ahead. Anti-Titan batteries opened fire from every remaining redoubt. Knights charged beneath banners already burning. Infantry flooded the approaches in numbers beyond counting. The Imperator killed them. Its guns reduced fortress emplacements to craters. Its feet crossed ditches filled with men, tanks, and broken engines. It walked through defensive lines thought capable of resisting legions. Then Irae reached the wall, the first traitor titan to do so. Turnit looked upon the fortification through the manifold. The wall rose above the battlefield, marked by impacts, but still standing. It represented 10,000 years of human ambition, compressed into armor, stone, and defiance. "Main batteries," he said. The Titan fired. The palace shook. Masonry larger than warships tore free from the fortifications. Defensive towers collapsed. Gun positions vanished beneath dust and molten debris. A breach opened where no breach had existed. Abaddon was waiting. He had returned from Saturnine with his armor broken and his body nearly destroyed. Repairs covered the wounds, but did not conceal them. Fresh plates had been riveted across his Terminator armor. One leg moved with mechanical stiffness. Blood still gathered inside the seals around his torso. His face bore cuts that had not healed, and one eye was red from internal bleeding. Warriors who had entered the underground assault with him were gone. The failure had consumed the Justarin, shattered formations, and nearly ended his life beneath the palace. Abaddon did not accept that survival required retreat. He reorganized the remaining sons of Horus, while Medici servitors attempted to repair him. He rejected sedation. He issued orders while armorers replaced plates still hot from battle. When Irae opened the wall, he was ready. "Advance," he ordered. A captain requested time to consolidate the breach. "The defenders will seal it. Our armor has not formed. Then it will form while moving. The wounded, leave them." The sons of Horus entered the breach. Astartes, mortal infantry, demon engines and armor poured forward beneath continued Titan fire. Abaddon moved at their head despite his wounds. Defenders emerged from collapsed galleries. His combi bolter fired until the weapon clicked empty. He struck with his power fist, crushing breastplates, skulls and weapons together. One loyalist legionary drove a blade through Abaddon's side. The first captain broke the warrior's arm, tore him from the weapon, and smashed his head against the wall until the helmet split and brain tissue ran between his fingers. Abaddon's greater cruelty unfolded behind him. Wounded traitors were abandoned where they fell. Damaged vehicles were driven into access routes and detonated, creating obstacles to loyalist counterattacks. Mortal cohorts were ordered ahead of the sons of Horus to draw hidden fire. Men ran into the breach. Defensive guns opened. The first waves vanished beneath las fire, shells and flame. Their bodies revealed every surviving position. Abaddon marked the weapons and sent Legion kill teams against them. Thousands died so that his chosen warriors would not. The breach widened. For one moment, victory seemed inevitable. Then the first transmission arrived. The Warmaster was dead. Abaddon heard the words over a command channel filled with static and screams. He rejected them. Another transmission repeated the report, then another. Across Mercury Exultant, the traitor host began to fracture. Some Titans turned from the walls. Others continued firing because no withdrawal order had reached them. Demonic engines broke from control and attacked the nearest living formations, regardless of allegiance. Command networks filled with contradiction. Advance, withdraw, hold the breach, return to the landing fields. The sons of Horus began to fall back. Some cursed, some denied the truth. Others understood that the war had lost the will around which it had been built. Inside Irae, Turnit received a dozen orders from commanders claiming authority. The Titan did not understand. One man had died. The guns remained loaded. The reactor remained active. The enemy remained before them. Why should the war end? Legio Mortis began withdrawing. Irae turned from the wall it had broken. Loyalist fire followed, striking its back as it crossed the fields of Mercury Exultant. Beneath its feet lay millions of dead, the corpses of Titans, and a road opened towards the heart of the palace. The engine carried one truth away from Terra. The ultimate wall had bled, and Irae remembered where. Terra burned behind them. The retreat was not an army withdrawing in order. It was a civilization of murderers, attempting to flee the grave of its failed god. Titan transports crawled across the landing zones beneath loyalist bombardment. Bulk landers descended through storms of ash and wreckage, their hulls already burning before their ramps touched the ground. Dark Mechanicum vessels fought one another for loading corridors, while traitor auxilia were crushed between crawler tracks or shot down for approaching transports reserved for the Legiones Astartes. The palace guns continued firing. Each discharge turned night into a white imitation of day. Landing fields vanished beneath columns of fire. Ships ascending through the poisoned atmosphere came apart above the ruins, spilling engines, warriors, and screaming mortal crews back onto the world they had failed to conquer. Dies Irae walked through the collapse of the rebellion. Its damaged motive systems misread Turnet's commands. One foot descended too early and crushed an entire column of support vehicles beneath it. Fuel carriers burst. Recovery crews disappeared under the armored soul. Men were compacted into the torn earth beside ammunition crates and sacred machinery. The Titan did not stop. A second command drove it towards the waiting mass conveyor. Its left leg failed to correct for a shattered trench line. The Imperator lurched and struck the side of the loading causeway. Thousands of laborers, servitors, and Mechanicum adepts were trapped between the Titan's flank and the structure. Their bodies burst in a single rolling crack. Arukan heard them through external pickups. The sound was brief. The conveyor's loading magi protested. They claimed the engine's mass would exceed structural tolerances. They demanded that damaged bastions be cut away before embarkation. Turnet answered through the Titan's war horns. "Open the cradle." The magi obeyed. Loyalist fire struck the landing zone as the loading clamps engaged. One transport beside them vanished in a sphere of blue-white energy. Its cargo of Reaver Titans came apart before the vessel's hull reached the ground. Burning engine limbs fell across the retreating columns. A warhound's severed head struck a troop carrier and flattened it into a plate of metal filled with blood. The memory fractured there. 10,000 years later, Magos Threx strained against his mutilated containment throne aboard the vengeful spirit. Data bled from the reliquary in broken pulses. "Continuity absent," he rasped. "Escape sequence corrupted. Multiple incompatible records. The engine may have departed Terra aboard separate vessels in overlapping memory strata." Abaddon watched the vision without expression. "Then show me what survived." Threx obeyed. The great scouring came as fragments. A loyalist fleet entered a traitor-held system and extinguished every orbital fortress before the defenders completed their first transmission. A supply world burned beneath Imperial bombardment, while Sons of Horus transports fled through the far reaches of the system. Legio Mortis engines fought rearguard actions across unnamed plains, buying minutes for the surviving rebellion with cities, armies, and their own destruction. Dies Irae fired from a continent already lost. Its Hellstorm cannon shattered loyalist armor massing around an evacuation corridor. The plasma annihilator burned a path through a Titan maniple, but the recoil tore open repairs made during the siege. Crew compartments ruptured. Men were sucked into the atmosphere. Flesh grown across the wound contracted and sealed around those who remained trapped inside it. The engine withdrew. Again and again. Strongholds fell behind it. Forge complexes were reclaimed or annihilated. Worlds that had once sworn themselves to Horus begged for mercy from the returning Imperium. They received fire. The surviving traitor legions ceased speaking of victory. They spoke of passage, fuel, ammunition, and the next defensible system. Turnet spoke as though nothing had changed. "We preserve the true Imperium," he told the command crew. Horus had been dead for months, or years. The calendar had lost meaning amid retreat and warp passage. "The War Master's design endures," Turnet continued. "Terror was one battle. The crusade remains ours." No one challenged him. The princeps component within the throne had become a thing of tubes and transparent flesh. Its limbs had withered to the thickness of cables. Bronze pumps moved dark blood through collapsed veins. The face still resembled Isstvan Turnet only when the light fell across it from the correct angle. At other times, it appeared to possess too many eyes. Aruken watched the mouth remain still, while orders issued through every vox aboard the engine. Sometimes the voice belonged to Turnet, sometimes it belonged to Kassa, sometimes thousands spoke together. The traitor host reached the eye of terror beneath a sky that had no stars. The warp opened around them. Reality ceased to obey. A battle lasted less than an hour aboard Irae. When the Titan returned to real space, the fortress it had fought to defend had been dead for 3 centuries. A crewman entered an ammunition lift as a young man. The doors opened 1 deck above, and an ancient corpse fell out, its uniform rotted away, and its hand still clutching a shell tally. Servitors answered questions asked years before they were activated. A gunner heard his own death report transmitted before the battle began. The engine walked upon a world where gravity changed direction whenever its war horn sounded. It crossed a valley filled with the bodies of its crew, each corpse bearing wounds that had not yet been suffered. Aruken saw himself among them. His corpse lay face down beneath Kassa's empty station. He did not report the sighting. Time accumulated unevenly across the Titan. Some decks aged centuries, while others endured a single watch. Whole communities formed in forgotten maintenance levels. Their descendants worshipped weapons whose original crews had died before their ancestors were born. They lived on condensation, corpse starch and flesh cut from growth spreading across the engine's inner walls. The armor changed. Veins appeared beneath adamantium plates. They pulsed in rhythm with the reactor. Mouths opened along ventilation towers, exhaling smoke and prayers. Blind eyes grew across the shield bastions and turned towards incoming fire before the Auspex detected it. The wrecking tail began as a mass of extruded cable below the rear superstructure. Dark Mechanicum adepts reinforced it with armor, chain and bone. Every campaign added weight. Broken weapons were welded into its length. Skulls were packed between plates. At its end grew a spiked sphere of iron large enough to demolish fortifications. The tail moved without command. When it struck, it did not merely crush, it fed. Aruken stood before the command throne during a century that may never have existed. "What are you?" he asked. The biological remnant within the throne opened its eyes. "I am Senior Princeps Isstvan Turnet." The answer came from the Princeps's mouth. Then the Titan repeated it. "I am Senior Princeps Isstvan Turnet." A third voice spoke from Kassa's abandoned station. "I am Senior Princeps Isstvan Turnet." Aruken drew his pistol. The weapon seemed absurd within the command chamber, as it had when Kassa raised one against the throne. "You are dead. Death is a limitation of isolated flesh. Where is Turnet?" "I am here." "Where?" The throne answered through every speaker. "Everywhere." Aruken could not determine whether the Princeps remained alive, whether his mind had been copied across the manifold, or whether the thing inhabiting Irae had learned to imitate him. He no longer knew whether he remained Jonah Aruken. Kassa's memories lived inside him now. The Titan forced them through his neural link until he remembered events he had never witnessed. He recalled drawing an auto-pistol against Turnet. He recalled being shot in the back. He remembered forgiving no one. Far beyond the Titan's corrupted decks, Ezekiel Abaddon abandoned the sons of Horus. He cast aside the sea green of the failed legion and took the black. He had watched his Primarch rise through greatness, surrender his purpose to the powers of the warp, and die upon the blade of the Emperor. Horus had believed himself master of the gods until their gifts hollowed him into a vessel. Abaddon would not repeat that failure. He accepted no shame for surviving terror. He accepted no inheritance of defeat. Warbands gathered around him, because he promised what the broken legions could no longer imagine. Purpose, unity, revenge without apology. Some came willingly, others required persuasion. A former captain of the Emperor's children laughed when Abaddon demanded submission. The laughter ended when Abaddon tore out his tongue and forced the warrior's own lieutenants to choose between kneeling and following him into death. An Iron Warrior warsmith refused to surrender artillery vessels held within a demon-haunted dock. Abaddon boarded the flagship, killed the warsmith before his command throne, and offered the surviving officers one opportunity to inherit the dead man's obedience. 3 knelt. The 4th reached for his weapon. Abaddon killed him slowly enough for the others to reconsider ambition. Oaths accumulated around the Black Banner. Rivalries remained. Hatred remained. The legions did not become brothers. They became useful. Across the centuries, Abaddon claimed the relics that made his silhouette a threat known throughout the eye. The talon of Horus enclosed his hand, its lightning claws and linked bolters carrying the memory of the war master who had failed. Draconian came later. The demon blade whispered with the voices of murder. Faces moved beneath its black surface, stretching the metal around silent screams. Lesser champions could not hold it without surrendering themselves. Abaddon carried it because he refused to become only its bearer. The sword desired slaughter. He gave it slaughter. It desired dominion. He permitted it only the dominion of a weapon. In this, Abaddon and Dies Irae reflected one another. Both carried the ruins of the heresy. Only one still insisted that the past served him. Legio Mortis sent envoys when Abaddon began demanding engines for future wars. They came to a hall excavated inside the carcass of a void leviathan. The Death's Heads brought chained adepts, demon-bound servitors, and a lesser princeps suspended within an amniotic throne. The princeps's limbs were thin beneath the fluid. Cables penetrated his skull and spine. He addressed Abaddon through a mechanical choir. Legio Mortis answers to the Fabricator General, the Dark Mechanicum, and the powers beyond the veil. Abaddon stood before the tank. The Legion answers to strength. You command warriors. You do not command gods. No. Abaddon stepped closer. I command their targets. The princeps laughed through the choir. Servo claws opened the tank at Abaddon's order. Dark Mechanicum attendants protested until Black Legion bolters turned towards them. The princeps was removed from the amniotic fluid and dropped onto the iron floor. He could not support his own weight. Abaddon broke his right arm at the elbow. The princeps screamed. Abaddon broke the left, then both legs, joint by joint, beginning at the toes and ending at the hips. He worked without haste, crushing bone between the talon's claws, while the princeps begged the gods he claimed to serve. When the work was complete, Abaddon ordered the Dark Mechanicum attendants to reconnect him to the throne. Backward. The neural cables were rerouted through damaged tissue. Every engine command would now travel through pain before reaching the machine. The princeps remained conscious inside the repaired tank. Execution would end the instruction, Abaddon said. You will carry it to your legion. The Death's Heads sent him Dies Irae. The meeting took place upon a demon world where the ground was made from fused skulls. Dies Irae stood beyond a range of black hills. Its towers moved beneath a sky filled with screaming clouds. The spiked tail dragged behind it, carving trenches through bone and stone. Abaddon approached alone. The Black Legion waited beyond the Titan's weapons envelope. Its guns turned towards him. The Hellstorm cannon descended. Carapace batteries tracked his movement. Targeting beams converged upon his armor. Draconian stirred. Faces within the blade turned towards the engine. The demon in the weapon recognized another hunger-wearing iron. The Titan's warhorn spoke. Kneel! Abaddon continued walking. The ground shook beneath each step of the Imperator. Kneel! No! The answer crossed the distance without amplification. The main batteries charged. Void energy gathered around the Hellstorm cannon. The air thickened with the promise of annihilation. Abaddon stopped beneath the shadow of the engine. "I will not worship you." The Titan's armor opened 1,000 mouths. "Then die. You remember me." The weapons hesitated. Deep within dies Irae, buried beneath layers of corrupted memory, recognition protocols awakened. Isstvan 3, the Choral City. Isstvan 5, Terror. A black-armored warrior passing beneath the engine after the faithful had been murdered. The biometric pattern had changed. The armor was different. The hand bore the talon of Horus. The demon sword had not existed in the earlier record. The will remained. "You obeyed when others hesitated," Abaddon said. "You crossed the killing grounds. You broke the wall. You endured because battle gave meaning to your hunger." The Titan's guns remained trained upon him. "What do you offer?" "Nothing you have not already chosen." Abaddon lifted Drachnion. "War. Worlds reduced to ash. Engines worthy of your hatred. Fortresses that believe themselves beyond destruction." The demon blade screamed. The spiked tail of Dies Irae struck the ground and opened a crater. Abaddon did not move. One by one, the Titan's weapons lowered. It was not tamed. It had selected a direction for its appetite. The bargain for Hydra Caudatus was made centuries later aboard the Vengeful Spirit. Iron warriors stood before Abaddon, beneath captured banners and chains made from the bones of loyalist champions. Their representatives spoke of a fortress world concealing gene seed reserves beneath layers of imperial defense. They required passage, intelligence, engines capable of breaking the fortress if ordinary siegecraft failed. Abaddon required the gene seed. "Most of what you recover," he said. An Iron Warrior's commander clenched his jaw. "The siege will be ours. The dead will be yours. The expenditure will be yours. The victory will be yours to name." Abaddon's talon clicked open. "The future made from that victory is mine." The Iron Warriors accepted. Legio Mortis received coordinates. Dies Irae entered the warp with other traitor engines chained inside corrupted transports. For the Titan, the passage lasted a night without dreams. For the galaxy beyond, years passed. Real space opened above Hydra Caudatus. The God Engine emerged. Its body no longer resembled the machine that had marched beneath the banners of the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet. Ancient armor had fused with demonic tissue. Towers grew from its carapace like diseased cathedrals. Faces pressed from the plates. Veins carried fire beneath blackened metal. The massive spiked tail swung behind it inside the transport cradle, pulping servitors and cracking support structures. Below waited the Imperial fortress. Its defenders looked towards the sky as Legio Mortis descended. The war horn of Dies Irae sounded before the Titan touched the ground. Inside Hydra Caudatus, soldiers fell from firing steps. Men vomited blood into their respirators. Eardrums ruptured. Teeth cracked in clenched jaws. One entire artillery crew clawed at their faces until their officers shot them. The sound passed through meters of armor and stone. It carried the hatred of 10,000 years. The god had returned to real space, and it had been promised a fortress to kill. The Iron Warriors did not begin with a charge. They began with measurements. Survey servitors crawled across the killing ground beneath canvas shrouds, treated against auspex. Their limbs had been replaced with digging blades, rangefinders, and soil probes. They advanced until Hydra Caudatus killed them, and every death refined the calculations of those who followed. The first servitor reached the outer mine belt before a buried charge turned it into fragments of iron and wet tissue. The second stopped 3 meters short. The third identified the detonator frequency. By nightfall, the Iron Warriors knew the depth of the mines, the intervals between concealed batteries, and the precise arc through which the fortress guns could descend upon the plain. By dawn, slaves were digging. Captured Imperial soldiers cut the first parallel with picks, entrenching tools and their bare hands. Explosive collars circled their necks. Iron Warriors' overseers stood above them, with bolters resting against their breastplates, watching the trench deepen beneath counterfire. The soil was packed with stone, hands split, fingernails tore away. Men continued clawing until white bone showed through the blood. Those who collapsed were not removed. They were rolled against the trench wall, while rockcrete mixers passed behind the labor gangs. Grey slurry poured over living men, sealing them into the fortifications they had been forced to build. Faces remained visible in places. Mouths moved behind hardening cement. Some screamed until the rockcrete filled their throats. The Iron Warriors considered the bodies useful reinforcement. Siege lines spread across the plain. Artillery pits appeared behind armored revetments. Ammunition roads were buried beneath reinforced roofs. Counter-battery augers listened for the smallest vibration from Hydra Caudatus and translated each enemy discharge into a firing solution. Mines answered mines. Iron Warriors tunneled beneath the Imperial fields and packed the earth with charges. Sappers crawled through passages narrow enough to skin armor from their backs. When Loyalist counterminers broke through, the two forces fought beneath the ground with knives, pistols, and entrenching tools. Men died without room to fall. One sapper drove a shovel through an Imperial soldier's mouth and pinned his skull to the tunnel wall. The dead man's comrades fired through his body. Last bolts cooked the corpse around the shovel blade and burned the sapper's face to the bone. The tunnel collapsed before either side could withdraw. No one attempted to recover them. Foryx watched the works from an armored observation bunker half sunk into the earth. Tactical projections filled the air before him. Range markers, artillery arcs, and casualty estimates turned the battlefield into geometry. The fortress resisted through discipline. Hydra Caudatus possessed layered bastions, concealed armor shelters, and overlapping fields of fire. Its guns did not answer every provocation. Imperial commanders waited for labor columns to crowd. The trenches then fired upon the points where excavation gangs, supply carriers, and replacement cohorts converged. The first counter-barrage struck shortly after dawn. Shells descended with perfect spacing. The trench became a channel filled with organs. Slave crews vanished beneath explosions. Severed heads struck the overhead supports. A shell landed inside a gathering of artillery loaders and burst them against the revetment in a red wave. Limbs hung from communication cables. Blood ran along the drainage sumps faster than the pumps could clear it. Before the last body stopped moving, fresh prisoners were driven forward. They stepped over the remains. Some slipped in the blood and were trampled. Others knelt beside dying comrades until Iron Warriors shot them through the spine. The siege did not pause to acknowledge casualties. Every meter surrendered by the fortress became another firing position. Every captured outwork brought the guns closer. Every trench dug beneath fire narrowed the distance between calculation and breach. Hydra Caudatus appeared capable of enduring. Then the war horn sounded. The note crossed the plain and entered men through their bones. Artillery crews stopped loading. Slaves dropped their tools. Loyalist soldiers inside the fortress vomited against their firing slits. Auspex screens filled with interference as a shape emerged through the polluted haze behind the Iron Warriors' lines. Dai's Irae advanced with Legio Mortis. Reavers walked beside it like armed retainers escorting a monarch. Warhounds ranged through the artillery works, stepping across trenches and ammunition roads. Dark Mechanicum engines followed beneath banners stitched from flayed skin and corroded metal. The Imperator rose over them all. Its ancient armor had become an obscene landscape of iron and living tissue. Towers grew from its carapace like diseased cathedrals. Veins pulsed beneath cracked plates. Mouths opened along the bastions and drank smoke from the air. The spiked tail dragged behind it. Each swing demolished siege works built by its own allies. an artillery carrier disappeared beneath the iron sphere. The vehicle folded around its crew and burst, throwing burning bodies into the trench network. The tail continued through a captured bunker, scattering ferrocrete, guns, and human remains across the plain. The Iron Warriors cheered. They raised weapons and struck fists against breastplates. Even warriors who despised superstition felt the arrival of the god engine as a physical certainty. Hydra Caudatus had resisted artillery, mines, and the mathematics of siegecraft. Now something older than the fortress had come to kill it. Foryx did not cheer. He watched the Titan's head turn. Its weapons tracked across the Iron Warriors' positions before settling upon the Imperial walls. "Keep targets before it," he ordered. A siege captain looked towards him. "The engine is aligned with the fortress." "For now. You believe the Princeps cannot control it?" "I believe control is a word men use when a beast has not yet chosen to bite them." Foryx transmitted revised coordinates to Legio Mortis. Enemy strongpoints were marked in a continuous sequence, each one offered before Dies Irae completed the destruction of the last. A hungry engine required prey. The first Imperial salvo struck its void shields. Blue fire rippled across the Titan. Demonic growths opened along the armor and inhaled the discharge. Faces swelled from the plates, mouths widening as they consumed heat and electromagnetic fury. The Iron Warriors advanced beneath its shadow. Hydra Caudatus answered with hidden weapons. Armored doors opened within the lower bastions. Volcano cannon batteries fired from shafts buried beneath the rock. Laser destroyers struck at the Imperator's joints. Missile storms descended upon the supporting Reavers. Then, Legio Ignatum revealed itself. The Loyalist engines emerged from subterranean hangars within the fortress perimeter. 2 Reavers strode into the open, their armor painted in the fire and gold heraldry of the Fire Wasps. Between them came the warlord Imperator Bellum, commanded by Princeps Firach. The defenders saw the Titans and roared. The sound rose from trenches, bastions, and gun galleries. Soldiers who had watched their outer works disappear beneath Iron Warriors' artillery now saw engines of their own stepping forward to meet the monster from Terra's oldest nightmares. Firach entered the Loyalist manifold. Every Fire Wasp Princeps received his command. Dies Irae is the target. Ignore the lesser engines. Strip its shields. Open its armor. We avenge the palace. The Loyalist Reavers accelerated. They divided around Imperator Bellum, forcing the Imperator to distribute its fire. Their volcano cannons struck Dies Irae from opposing angles. Void shields flared and collapsed. The Hellstorm cannon turned towards the Reaver on the left. Its first burst stripped the engine's forward shields. Secondary batteries hammered the exposed armor. Shells tore through the torso, rupturing crew compartments and weapon galleries. The Reaver continued firing. Its Princeps drove it closer, sacrificing range for accuracy. A volcano beam struck Dies Irae's lower armor and opened a wound filled with cabling, black blood, and human bodies fused into the machinery. The Imperator answered. The Reaver's legs vanished beneath it. Armor, pistons, and crew were atomized by the Hellstorm salvo. The torso fell forward into an Imperial trench crowded with defenders. Thousands disappeared beneath the engine. Men were pressed into the earth before they could scream. Tanks folded under the Reaver's weight. The command head struck a bunker and split open, pouring burning amniotic fluid and pieces of the Princeps across the fortifications. The reactor remained active. Trapped soldiers clawed beneath the wreckage while heat climbed around them. Their uniforms caught fire. Ammunition cooked inside pouches and detonated against their bodies. The second Reaver fired everything it possessed. Missiles exploded across Dies Irae's carapace. Its volcano cannon struck one of the Imperator's remaining void layers and killed it. The Reaver's Princeps screamed a challenge through the manifold. Dies Irae did not answer with words. Its secondary batteries converged. The Loyalist engine's torso opened under the bombardment. Armor plates blew outward. Crew decks were exposed for an instant, revealing tiny human figures running through fire. Then the reactor breached. Plasma erupted from the Reaver's chest. The blast crossed both armies. Iron warriors vanished inside their trenches. Imperial soldiers burned behind their walls. Tanks softened and collapsed around crews whose bodies boiled inside them. The Reaver remained upright as a skeleton of molten metal. Its legs carried it 2 more steps. Then it fell between the armies and became a burning mountain. Firach saw both supporting engines die. He did not withdraw. Ranged fire would not destroy Irae. The Imperator possessed too much armor, too many weapons, and too much hatred bound within its corrupted frame. Every minute spent exchanging fire allowed the dark mechanicum growths to close wounds that should have crippled it. Firach drove Imperator Bellum forward. The warlord crossed the devastated ground beneath continuous fire. Its void shields failed one after another. Carapace weapons returned fire while the engine moved through the wreckage of the Reavers. The Hellstorm cannon struck its left shoulder. Armor vanished. The warlord's chain weapon hung from exposed motive cables. Damage feedback entered Firach through the manifold. His own shoulder dislocated within the command cradle. Bone tore through muscle. Blood filled the amniotic suspension around him. He felt the engine's injury as his own and forced the weapon arm to rise. "Closer," he ordered. The Moderati obeyed. Imperator Bellum reached striking distance. Its chain weapon screamed against Dies Irae's lower bastion. Teeth larger than men tore through corrupted armor. Black blood sprayed from the wound. Fused bodies trapped within the plating fell out, some still alive, their limbs transformed into cables and their mouths stitched around brass conduits. The warlord's battle claw struck next. It entered the Imperator's torso and closed around internal structures. Firach pulled. Cables snapped. Weapon galleries collapsed. The damage traveled through Dies Irae's manifold and into whatever remained upon its command throne. The Titan roared, not through the warhorn, through every mouth growing across its armor. Its spiked tail swung. The iron sphere struck Imperator Bellum across the hip. The warlord staggered, pistons shattered. Its princeps felt the impact as his pelvis breaking. Inside the command cradle, Firach screamed blood into the suspension fluid. "Remain upright." The warlord obeyed. Dies Irae battered it with the barrels of the Hellstorm cannon. The weapon housings struck the loyalist engine's head and shoulder like the clubs of an executioner. Towers collapsed. Crewmen fell from the upper galleries and disappeared beneath the feet of both Titans. Firach drove the battle claw deeper. The Imperator seized the warlord. Its corrupted armor opened around Imperator Bellum's weapon. Tendrils wrapped the claw, locking the engines together. The Hellstorm cannon descended. Its muzzle pressed against the warlord's damaged leg. Firach saw the weapon touch the knee assembly through the manifold. There was no time to evade. "Brace!" The cannon fired. The leg exploded. Molten metal poured from the joint like arterial blood. Pistons became shrapnel. Armor fragments passed through infantry and vehicles surrounding the duel, leaving tunnels of flame through flesh and steel. Imperator Bellum began to fall. Firach redirected every remaining motive impulse. Forward! The crippled warlord obeyed one final time. It collapsed into Dies Irae. The battle claw tore downward through the Imperator's lower body. Corrupted armor split. The weapon opened a wound broad enough to expose motive systems, ammunition feeds, and the pulsing biological mass beneath them. Firach felt his reactor entering terminal failure. Warnings filled the manifold. Containment collapse, plasma breach, core detonation inevitable. He had not killed the traitor engine. He had opened it. That would have to be enough. "Legio ignatum," he transmitted through the loyalist network. "Mark the wound." Dies Irae tried to push the warlord away. Firach locked the battle claw. The reactors failed together. Imperator Bellum detonated. The battlefield became light. Tanks flew through the air, spinning end over end before striking the ground in burning fragments. Infantry vanished inside the expanding fire. Men within sealed bunkers felt the pressure pass through walls and remove skin from muscle. Eyes burst. Teeth flew from mouths. Internal organs tore loose and filled body cavities with blood. The blast engulfed Irae's lower body. Armor disappeared beneath plasma and debris. One foot lifted from the ground. The Imperator tilted, towers burning, weapons firing blindly into the sky. It did not fall. The damaged leg locked beneath it. The other sank knee-deep into liquefied earth. The God Engine remained upright. Firak died inside the detonation, knowing that his wound had survived him. Smoke covered the plain. For several minutes, neither side knew whether Irae still lived. Then the Hellstorm cannon fired. The shell struck Hydra Caudatus. A bastion vanished. Stone and bodies rained across the inner defense works. A second ranging shot followed, then a third. The Imperator could not advance. It could still kill. Iron Warriors and Dark Mechanicum recovery formations entered the blast zone. Scaffolding rose around the ruined leg, and the wound torn through the lower torso. Laborers climbed armor still hot enough to glow. Their protective suits failed within minutes. Men cooked inside them. Flesh adhered to fabric. When they collapsed against the Titan, their bodies stuck to its plates. The overseers did not remove them. Welding servitors sealed metal over the corpses. Arms and faces disappeared beneath repairs. Some laborers remained alive while rivets were driven through them into the armor below. Their screams pleased the engine. Dark Mechanicum adepts fed cables into the wound. The Titan's flesh closed around them. Hydraulic braces were anchored between shattered motive assemblies. Whole companies of slaves dragged chains, while Iron Warriors directed the work with bolter fire. From Hydra Caudatus, the defenders watched. The engine had been crippled. Its lower body was a ruin. Its shields flickered. Its mobility appeared gone. Hope returned to the walls. The Iron Warriors' bombardment resumed before dusk. Shells crossed the plain. Fortress guns replied. Workers continued crawling across Irae beneath the exchange, welding, dying, and being sealed into the repairs. Then the damaged foot moved. The motion came without warning. Cables snapped. Scaffolding tore free. Thousands of laborers fell or were crushed against. The armor. The Titan's heel descended upon the repair camps, flattening tents, vehicles, servitors, and men into a single layer of burning wreckage. The leg straightened. Irae took one step towards Hydra Caudatus. Every surviving princeps of Legio Ignatum heard its voice through the manifold. Terror could not stop me. The second foot rose. You will not. The third parallel opened beneath artillery fire. Iron Warriors advanced through smoke dense enough to turn daylight into a red haze. Their siege shields locked edge to edge, while shells descended around them, each detonation hurling men, stone, and severed limbs against the armored wall. The warriors did not quicken their pace. They moved according to the bombardment tables, stepping forward as the guns shifted and stopping only when the ground ahead ceased to exist. Captured Imperial soldiers went first. Explosive collars encircled their necks. Chains bound them into files broad enough to cover the minefield. Iron Warriors drove them forward with bolter fire, killing those who hesitated and forcing the rest to trample the bodies. The first rank crossed 6 meters before the mines awakened. The ground erupted beneath them. Men vanished inside fountains of dirt and blood. Some were thrown backward without legs. Others remained standing because the bodies chained beside them held them upright. A soldier looked down at the white splinters of his own femurs protruding from the meat of his thighs. An overseer shot him through the chest. The next rank advanced over what remained. Each detonation marked another safe lane. Corpses filled the craters. Prisoners were ordered to drag the dead into defensive ditches until the trenches became packed with bodies. Tracks crossed over them afterward, crushing skulls and rib cages into a foundation of blood-slick bone. Vindicators followed the cleared routes. Their demolisher cannon fired at point-blank range. Fortress positions disappeared beneath blasts intended to pulverize walls. Ferrocrete bunkers folded inward around their crews. Imperial soldiers were reduced to paste against the inner surfaces of their own defenses. Beneath the killing ground, Foryx led the war below the war. The tunnels were narrow, hot and choked with dust. Imperial fists had entered the countermine network through shafts opened behind the curtain wall. They fought without retreat, filling every junction with bolter fire and turning each excavation chamber into a strongpoint. Foryx moved at the front. His armor scraped the tunnel walls. The narrow passages denied him speed, but they also denied the defenders room to maneuver. The Imperial fists fired down the shaft ahead. Mass reactive shells struck the Iron Warriors packed behind him, bursting inside breastplates and spraying the tunnel with shredded organs. Foryx kept advancing. A bolt round detonated against his pauldron. Another struck his thigh and cracked the plate without penetrating. He reached the first defender and drove a power fist through the yellow breastplate. Ceramite collapsed. The Imperial fist's chest became a cavity of pulverized ribs and ruined organs. Foryx tore his arm free and used the corpse as cover against the next volley. Iron Warriors fired around him. Bolts exploded inside the defenders. One Imperial fist lost his lower jaw and half his neck. He remained upright long enough to discharge his weapon into the warrior who had killed him. The tunnel filled with smoke and blood mist. Foryx reached the demolition chamber beneath the wall. Set the charges. Siege specialists moved past him, embedding melter cutters and shaped explosives into the load-bearing rock. Imperial fists attacked from a side passage before the final detonator was armed. The fighting collapsed into blades and fists. A chain blade entered an Iron Warrior beneath the arm and climbed through his torso, spraying pieces of lung across the ceiling. Foryx seized the Imperial fist responsible and crushed his helm between both gauntlets. Blood and grey matter burst from the grill. The charges armed. Foryx ordered withdrawal. The last Imperial fist tried to reach the detonator. An Iron Warrior shot him through both knees, leaving the Loyalist alive within the chamber. Foryx looked back once. The Imperial fist dragged himself across the stone, leaving a widening trail of blood. Then the charges fired. The tunnel collapsed. Above them, a section of Hydra Caudatus's curtain wall lifted from its foundations. Towers tilted. Gun emplacements broke loose and fell into the breach. Thousands of defenders disappeared beneath stone, steel, and collapsing fortifications. The Iron Warriors' artillery shifted immediately. Shells struck the ruined wall before the dust settled. Survivors attempting to climb from the debris were torn apart. The bombardment deepened the breach until it resembled the mouth of an open grave. The fortress became a butcher's yard. Imperial fists held the narrow approaches, while mortal defenders died around them. Their bolters fired with measured discipline. Every shell found a body. Iron Warriors' auxiliaries ran into the breach and burst apart beneath mass-reactive detonations. Men fell with their torsos opened. Others crawled forward, holding their intestines against their armor. Tracks rolled over them before they could reach cover, compacting wounded soldiers into the rubble. The Iron Warriors did not clear every bunker. They sealed them. Siege servitors welded blast doors shut, while defenders fired from within. Exhaust from vindicators, generators and artillery tractors was redirected through ventilation shafts. Men trapped underground coughed until blood filled their lungs. Those who tried to escape through maintenance ducts found Iron Warriors waiting with flamers. Firing platforms were built over the sealed chambers. The defenders beneath could hear artillery deploying above them. They struck the ceilings with rifle butts and shouted prayers until the poison gases reduced their voices to wet choking. No one opened the doors. Foryx emerged from the shattered wall as Legio Ignatum launched its counterattack. Warhound Titans ran through the smoke. Their smaller frames moved with a predatory speed impossible for the larger engines behind them. Vulcan megabolters opened fire, streams of shells cutting through Iron Warriors' formations and ripping tanks apart. Foryx saw the first Warhound before its princeps saw him. The Scout Titan crossed a broken defense line, turning its weapons towards an Iron Warriors' artillery park. Foryx climbed onto the wreckage of a Land Raider and activated a captured targeting beacon. "Fire upon my mark!" Siege guns answered from beyond the breach. The first salvo missed. The Warhound accelerated, stepping over bunkers and scattering infantry. Foryx waited. He had fought Titans before most warriors upon Hydra Caudatus had been born. He understood that speed created patterns as surely as fortifications did. The engine would turn to protect its damaged flank. Its void shields would redistribute. Its princeps would seek the strongest threat. Foryx became that threat. He fired a combi weapon into the Titan's cockpit. The shot could not penetrate, but it forced the Warhound's attention towards him. The engine turned. Its shields rotated with it. Now! The second artillery salvo struck the exposed flank. Void shields burst. A laser destroyer beam entered the Warhound's hip. The joint ruptured. The engine stumbled, one foot dragging through the rubble. Foryx ran beneath it. The Warhound tried to bring its guns down. Their firing arcs could not reach him. He placed melter charges against the damaged knee and drove his power fist into the exposed mechanism. Pistons shattered. Burning oil poured over his armor. The charges detonated. The leg disappeared beneath the joint. The Warhound fell. Its cockpit struck the ruins beside Foryx. Armor split open. The princeps and moderati spilled from the command compartment in a flood of amniotic fluid, broken machinery, and torn flesh. Foryx climbed onto the ruined head. For a moment, the veteran stood above his kill. He had served Perturabo. He had commanded warriors before the Legion Wars became legend. He had crossed 10,000 years of hatred and survived battles that had consumed armies. The second Warhound found him. Its weapons fired. The ruins beneath Foryx vanished. Vulcan shells struck with such speed that individual impacts became one continuous roar. The ancient Iron Warrior disappeared inside explosions. His armor came apart. Limbs, organs, and shards of blackened ceramite were scattered across the broken Titan beneath him. The Warhound stepped upon the remains. Foryx, once first among Perturabo's captains, became a dark stain beneath the foot of an engine whose princeps never knew his name. Honso received the report while advancing towards Primus Ravelin. "Foryx is dead," said the voice over the command channel. Honso did not stop. "How?" "Warhound." "Then kill the Warhound." He closed the channel. Primus Ravelin stood above the breach, its guns commanding every route into the inner fortress. Imperial fists occupied the bastion beside mortal defenders who had been ordered to hold until death. Honso intended to grant them obedience. Mortal auxiliaries advanced first beneath siege shields. The defenders fired. Lass beams and bolter shells struck the shields until the metal glowed. Men died behind them, but the bodies remained upright where the ranks pressed too tightly for them to fall. Honso watched the firing patterns. Every Imperial position revealed itself through murder. Mark the embrasures. Iron Warriors' targeters painted the bastion. Melter teams moved forward under covering fire. Breaching charges struck the lower gates. Vindicators fired into the same points, each detonation widening cracks through armor and stone. Kroger assaulted elsewhere. Whatever remained of the warrior no longer fought with the discipline of an Iron Warrior. He moved as a thing given human shape only so that it might hold weapons. His armor had swollen around him. Brass and flesh covered the plates. His chain axe screamed as though aware of every body it opened. Defenders died around him in heaps. Kroger split an Imperial fist from shoulder to hip. The chain axe dragged ribs, organs, and fragments of spine from the wound. He kicked the two halves aside and buried the weapon in a mortal soldier's face. The teeth tore through the man's skull and sprayed his brain across the bastion wall. Honso used Kroger's slaughter as a distraction. His veterans entered through the lower breach, while mortal troops continued dying above. Iron Warriors advanced behind siege shields, firing disciplined bursts into every firing recess. Bolter shells detonated inside Imperial Fist's armor. Melter weapons turned blast doors into streams of glowing metal. Honso preserved the warriors who mattered. Mortals absorbed the fire. Servitors carried the explosives. The wounded were left behind, unless they could still pull a trigger. Primus Ravelin was not the prize. Its banners meant nothing. Its walls possessed value only because they concealed the route to the gene seed repositories beneath the fortress. Honso killed for the future, not the ground. Beyond the bastion, the last loyalist maniple advanced. Princeps Dacian stood within the manifold of Honoris Causa. The warlord moved between two reavers, Armis Juvat and Pax Imperator, their void shields burning beneath the continuing bombardment. Firak had shown them where the god could bleed. The wound inflicted by Imperator Bellum remained beneath layers of crude repair. Iron plates, cables, scaffolding, and fused corpses covered the damage across Dies Irae's lower torso. The Imperator walked again, but every step pulled the patchwork apart. Dacian shared the firing solution with the Reaver Princeps. "You will strip its protection," he said. Neither Princeps asked what would follow. They knew. Their engines were not expected to survive. Armis Juvat accelerated first. It fired every weapon while crossing the killing field. Volcano cannon beams struck Dies Irae's shields. Missiles burst across the Imperator's towers. The Reaver accepted return fire without turning. The Hellstorm cannon answered. The first salvo killed its voids. The second entered the torso. Armor peeled away. Crew decks opened to the air. Thousands of men were visible for a heartbeat inside the Titan, running through flame or clinging to ruptured galleries. Secondary batteries fired into the wound. The Reaver's interior became a furnace. Crewmen burst apart beneath pressure waves. Burning bodies fell from the exposed decks. The reactor erupted. Plasma consumed the engine from within. Armis Juvat broke open and scattered molten armor over loyalists and traitors alike. Pax Imperator continued forward. Its Princeps died beneath the first concentrated barrage. Shrapnel crossed the command chamber and turned his body into fragments inside the amniotic cradle. The engine did not stop. Automated battle routines took control. The headless will of the Reaver maintained its last orders. It walked while firing, weapons discharging at pre-selected targets. Dies Irae turned its Hellstorm cannon. The barrels struck the Reaver's head. Armor collapsed. The command bastion tore free and spun across the battlefield, spraying dead crew and cables behind it. The body continued for several steps without a head. Then its knee failed. Pax Imperator fell beneath the feet of the Imperator it had been sent to distract. Dacian did not look towards either wreck. Their deaths had purchased a path. Honoris Causa entered it. The warlord endured the Hellstorm fire. Its void shields collapsed. Armor ruptured. Damage crossed the manifold and broke bones within Dacian's body, but he drove the engine onward. The power claw rose. Dies Irae attempted to turn. Too late. The claw struck the repairs covering Firak's wound. Iron screamed. The weapon tore through armor, scaffolding, demonic flesh and cables bundled thicker than towers. Repair crews vanished inside the impact. Crew compartments opened beneath the claw, exposing men to sudden pressure loss. Thousands were dragged from the Titan. Bodies passed through ruptures too narrow to admit intact skeletons. Men were stretched, crushed, and torn into ropes of meat as the escaping atmosphere pulled them through. The claw drove deeper. Plasma conduits burst. White fire flooded the lower galleries. Crewmen became black shapes inside the blaze. Ammunition ignited. Shells detonated within elevators, opening new wounds throughout the engine. Dies Irae screamed. The sound came through every vox upon Hydra Caudatus. Loyalists heard it. Iron warriors heard it. The dead servitors inside the fortress opened their mouths and screamed with it. Dacian felt the reactor beyond the claw. He pushed. The claw entered the core containment structure. The god engine seized Honoris Causa. Its corrupted arms closed around the warlord. Tendrils emerged from its wounds and wrapped around the loyalist armor. The spiked tail struck the warlord's legs, crushing motive systems and locking the engines together. Dacian saw terminal warnings fill the manifold. He did not attempt escape. Legio ignatum, he said. Honor demands payment. The power claw closed. The reactor casing ruptured. Dies Irae began to die. For the first time since Isstvan, the machine understood that no command would preserve it. The fire within its heart escaped containment. It tried to drag the loyalist engine closer, unwilling to enter death alone. Dacian allowed it. Both titans fell. Their mass crushed fortifications, armies and armor beneath them. Soldiers looked upward as walking cities descended. Some ran, others froze. No one escaped. The engines struck the ground together. The reactors opened. Molten plasma consumed the wreckage. Rivers of burning metal spread through the defensive lines. Men caught at the edges ignited from within. Armor glowed around them while their organs boiled. The explosion tore Hydra Caudatus open. The wall behind the duel collapsed. Bastions split. Underground chambers caved in beneath the impact. Defenders who had survived the Titan battle were buried beneath kilometers of shattered stone. Others died from radiation before the renewed assault reached them. Iron warriors entered the breach. Honso drove his forces forward, while the remains of Dies Irae still burned. The dead Titan had completed its final task. Its fall had opened a route no siege gun could have created. A weapon that purchased victory with its own destruction had not failed. It had reached the end of its usefulness. Dark Mechanicum recovery teams entered the wreck before the fighting ended. Radiation killed most within minutes. Unstable ammunition detonated beneath them. Living fragments of the Titan's armor opened mouths and bit through pressure suits. A Magos descended into the remains of the command architecture. He found no intact princeps. No body could be identified as Turnit or Arukin. Flesh, metal, and memory had fused into blackened matter around the ruined manifold. Within it, something pulsed. The Magos cut free a scorched adamantium reliquary. Blood leaked from its casing despite the heat. The device continued recording after the main reactor had ceased to exist. Above Hydra Caudatus, Adeptus Mechanicus vessels prepared the orbital scourging. The reliquary spoke through the Magos' implants. 3 words: I remain useful. The memory ended with the death of a god. Light collapsed back into the audience vault aboard the vengeful spirit. The black sands of Hydra Caudatus vanished. The burning wrecks of Dies Irae and Honoris Causa became smoke trapped beneath the chamber's vaulted ceiling. The cries of Titan crews, dying soldiers and broken princeps dwindled into the grinding pulse of the flagship's machinery. Most of the prisoners were dead. Their restraint thrones stood in a semicircle around the reliquary, brass frames drenched in blood and cerebrospinal fluid. Several skulls had split along the drill wounds. Bone plates had opened beneath the pressure of impossible memory, exposing brains scorched black around the neural needles. One captive hung forward against his restraints. His face had burst from within. Gelatinous fragments of his eyes clung to his cheeks, and vapor rose from his open mouth. Another had bitten through his own tongue and drowned in the blood filling his lungs. A third possessed no visible wound beyond the cables entering his skull, yet every vein in his body had turned black. The corpses continued twitching. Their backs arched in unison. Their hands clenched against the throne arms. Dead heels hammered the deck according to a rhythm that had once belonged to the reactor of Dies Irae. The pulse traveled through the chamber. Iron pillars vibrated with it. Chains swayed overhead. Lumens brightened and dimmed, their cold light rising and falling like breath within a mechanical lung. Honso watched without moving. Blood had spread around his boots. He did not look down. The Iron Warrior had seen fortresses collapse upon armies, and god engines die beneath burning skies. A circle of ruined mortals offered no spectacle worthy of surprise. Magos Excruciator Threx was less composed. His mechadendrites struck the deck in rapid, uncontrolled movements. Ocular lenses rotated through incompatible spectra. Warning glyphs crawled across the glass vessel containing the remains of his face. "The transmission has not ceased," Threx rasped. His voice emerged in low Gothic, beneath a second layer of distressed Binharik. Abaddon regarded the reliquary. Blood still climbed its scorched casing. Threads of red fluid moved against gravity, entered the cracked vents, and disappeared inside. The adamantium box emitted no heat now, but frost spread across the deck beneath it. "What continues?" the War Master asked. "The engine." "Dies Irae is dead. The reactor is dead. The chassis is destroyed. The primary manifold ceased coherent function upon Hydra Caudatus." Threx's machine limbs trembled. The identity persists. A lumen above the Iron Warriors opened an eye. It had not possessed one before. A wet lens pushed through the metal housing and turned towards Abaddon. Black fluid gathered around the lid. The eye blinked once, then withdrew into the machinery. Several Black Legion warriors raised bolters. Abaddon did not. Threx extended a probe towards the reliquary and stopped before making contact. Portions of the Titan consciousness have propagated into local systems. Power relays now mimic its reactor harmonics. The chamber's cogitator traffic contains fragments of Legio Mortis command code. I have detected Princep's cognition within the illumination network. "Whose cognition?" Honso asked. Threx's lenses turned towards him. "That question no longer possesses a singular answer." The Magos projected a web of corrupted data above the reliquary. Faces formed within the green light, each one appearing for less than a heartbeat before dissolving into another. Esau Turnet, Jonah Aruken, Titus Cassa, unknown princeps whose names had been lost to the warp, Moderati, engine seers, gunners, servitors, sacrifices sealed into shield generators and reactor chapels. The faces merged into a single expression: hunger. "The original machine spirit architecture remains present," Threx said. "So does Turnet's command imprint. Aruken's memory strata cannot be separated from Cassa's death response. Subsequent princeps were absorbed into the same cognitive mass. Crew fear, ritual devotion, pain conditioning, and demonic intrusion accumulated across millennia." "Possession," Honso said. Threx made a sound like metal scraping bone. "Inadequate terminology." The data web expanded. The engine did not become corrupted during one ritual. No single entity entered it and claimed dominion. There was no precise threshold between machine and demon. Each atrocity altered the command architecture. Every unjustified death became justification for the next. Blood entered the manifold. Pain improved response times. Worship became obedience. Obedience became appetite. A dead prisoner lifted his head. The movement tore the neural cables deeper into his brain. His ruined mouth spoke in Turnet's voice. "Efficiency." The corpse collapsed again. Threx recoiled. Thousands of human choices accumulated until the engine no longer required those making them. Honso looked at the reliquary, the god engine that nearly doomed mankind. Abaddon turned towards him. "No." The word silenced the chamber. Honso met the War Master's gaze. Abaddon stepped over the body of the Iron Warrior's emissary he had killed earlier. The dead warrior's primary heart remained crushed beside the throne, flattened beneath a pool of clotting blood. "A machine did not betray the Imperium at Isstvan," Abaddon said. "Turnet did." The talon opened around his hand. Aruken murdered his brother. Horus murdered his sons. Officers transmitted the orders. Adepts opened the magazines. Crews loaded the shells. Men obeyed because obedience allowed them to call cowardice duty. Drachnian shifted within his other fist. Faces pressed against the blade, straining towards the reliquary. The Titan magnified them, nothing more. Threx's data web showed Dies Irae walking across Isstvan 3. Loyalist recognition runes became hostile markers. The Hellstorm cannon turned towards warriors the engine had once been built to protect. "Humanity fashioned the weapon," Abaddon continued. "Humanity revered it. Humanity placed men inside it and taught them that authority cleansed every act." The image changed to terror. Dies Irae stood before the palace walls, guns firing into fortifications raised to preserve the species. That is the truth your Imperium buries beneath hymns. Its destroyers do not always come from beyond the stars. Its executioners are built in its own forges. The reliquary pulsed. Several dead prisoners arched against their restraints. Abaddon looked towards Threx, the final tactical strata. The Magos lowered his body upon its mechanical carriage. The surviving pathways are degraded. Open them. The remaining captives will not endure. They were not brought here to endure. Threx extended his mechadendrites. 3 prisoners remained alive. The first had torn his wrists open against the restraints. His hands were slick with blood. One eye had collapsed into its socket during the previous extraction, leaving a dark cavity that leaked down his face. The second had broken several teeth, trying to bite through the brass bar fixed before his mouth. The last was an Imperial Psyker, whose warding brands had burned through his scalp. Smoke rose from the inscriptions. His lips moved in silent prayer. Threx reconnected them. Neural current entered the first prisoner. He screamed and dug his fingernails into his cheeks. His fingers passed through skin. He tore downward, peeling his face from the bone in ragged strips. His nose came away beneath one hand. The lower eyelid ripped free, allowing the remaining eye to spill against his cheek. He continued clawing until the current reached his motor cortex and locked his arms in place. The second prisoner lunged towards the restraint bar. His teeth struck brass. Several shattered. Broken enamel and blood filled his mouth. He bit again, grinding exposed roots against metal until his jaw fractured with a dry crack. The Titan's memory entered them. The first prisoner's exposed facial muscles convulsed. Coordinates emerged through lips that no longer existed. Mercury exultant approach. Western shield bastion. Range correction applied. The second prisoner spoke through his ruined jaw. Void strata cycling. Fire wasp batteries tracking. Palace wall composition verified. Threx's limbs moved across the controls. Data stability failing. Continue, Abaddon said. The Psyker began to pray aloud. Emperor, receive my soul. Abaddon approached him. The War Master's shadow fell across the restraint throne. The Psyker looked up through eyes filling with blood. The Emperor protects. No, Abaddon said. He spends. The talon rested beneath the prisoner's chin. Remember that distinction. Threx drove the extraction deeper. The Psyker's body went rigid. The audience vault vanished beneath a tactical representation of the palace approaches. Defensive districts spread across the chamber in hard white lines. Shield transitions rippled over the walls. Gun positions appeared and disappeared according to firing cycles preserved since the siege. Abaddon watched. He memorized the timing between void shield redistribution and generator recovery, the response of Legio Ignatum to Mortis spearhead deployment, the delay between Titan impact and Fortress counter-battery fire, the routes through which mortal reserves entered Mercury Exultant, the moments when damaged bastions drew power from neighboring sectors. 10,000 years had passed, but institutions remembered habits longer than men remembered reasons. The Imperium rebuilt according to precedent. Precedent created patterns. Patterns could be killed. The Psyker's skull began to steam. Brain tissue boiled around the needles. Pressure swelled beneath the cranial plates. His eyes burst, spraying Abaddon's breastplate with blood and vitreous fluid. The tactical display remained coherent for one final heartbeat. Then the prisoner's head split open. Liquefied brain poured across the back of the throne. The palace disappeared. Abaddon said nothing. He had seen enough. Threx withdrew the neural probes. His mechadendrites moved with apparent confusion, crossing one another around the reliquary. Beneath the visible activity, a thinner. It pierced the adamantium casing. The transfer lasted less than a second. A fragment of Titan consciousness passed into the Magos' private implants. Threx sealed the channel and began encrypting the stolen memory beneath layers of false diagnostic code. He imagined preservation, control, a god engine reduced to data and made obedient within his own noospheric dominion. The reliquary's pulse changed. One beat arrived too early. Abaddon looked towards him. Threx froze. The Warmaster crossed the space between them. "Explain the altered rhythm." "Residual corruption," Drachnian whispered. Abaddon's face remained without expression. "You attempted theft. I preserved a volatile data fragment. You hid it. Redundancy is necessary for continued extraction. Deception dressed as necessity remains deception." The talon struck. Its claws entered Threx's mechanical carriage beneath the organic torso. Iron screamed as Abaddon closed his hand around the central spine. Cables snapped. Hydraulic fluid burst across the deck. Threx transmitted a burst of machine panic. Abaddon pulled upward. The Magos' lower body tore away. Mechanical limbs scattered. Conduits whipped across the floor, spraying oil, nutrient fluid, and blood. The remains of Threx's organic abdomen ruptured beneath his robes. Wet loops of preserved intestine fell from the torn cavity and slid across the reliquary. The Magos remained alive. His torso hung from the talon. Fluid churned around the flesh of his face inside its glass vessel. Mechadendrites struck uselessly against Abaddon's armor. "Execution would destroy expertise," Abaddon said. Threx emitted a metallic whine. "Warmaster, you will retain the fragment." Abaddon dropped him. The torso struck the deck. Threx's exposed spine spasmed, dragging him through his own fluids. "Seal him into a containment throne. Preserve every pain pathway. He will carry the reliquary wherever I command it taken." Dark Mechanicum attendants emerged from the chamber's edge. They lifted Threx while his remaining limbs scraped against the iron. Abaddon looked down at him. "You desired communion with the engine. You will receive it without interruption." Threx's screams became Binharic as the attendants dragged him away. Honso watched until the doors closed. "Horus believed he commanded the powers behind him," Abaddon said. The Iron Warrior returned his attention to the Warmaster. He did not understand the price of gifts. He believed power given was power owned. Drachnian's trapped faces twisted within the blade. Dai's Irae required no certainty. It needed targets, fuel, and permission. It endured because men continued providing all three. "And you?" Honso asked. Black Legion warriors shifted at the question. Abaddon did not punish it. "I will use every demon that believes it whispers into my soul, every warband that imagines its oath temporary, every god that mistakes acceptance for submission." The talon closed. "The long war is mine. I will not surrender its authorship to powers incapable of understanding why it began." Silence followed. Then Abaddon turned his gaze fully upon Honso. The judgment Honso had expected arrived without praise. "Foryx. Dead. I know. Why? He killed one warhound and exposed himself to another. A veteran of the Long War spent for a scout engine. He chose the engagement. You permitted the conditions." Honso held the Warmaster's gaze. "Yes. The surviving Iron Warriors? Fewer than half remain immediately fit for deployment." "Immediately? The wounded can be restored. Replacement war gear is available. Recruitment stock has been secured." "The gene seed you retained?" Honso did not answer at once. Around him, the Black Legion remained motionless. Abaddon already knew. That was the purpose of the question. "A reserve," Honso said, "withheld against loss during transit." "How much?" "Enough to ensure the Grand Company did not spend its future purchasing yours." The talon clicked open. Honso continued before threat became sentence. "The greater share is here. The agreed tribute has been delivered. What remains under my authority will create warriors who may serve the Long War, rather than corpses that decorate your vaults." Abaddon studied him. Honso had lied by omission, but not denial. He had admitted ambition and defended it through utility. The War Master understood such men. Fear alone produced cowards. Ambition alone produced rivals. Ambition disciplined by fear produced servants who might accomplish great things while believing themselves independent. "You may leave," Abaddon said. Honso inclined his head. He had received no reward. Survival was the reward. Iron warriors lifted the gene seed repositories and withdrew. Honso passed the ruined restraint thrones without looking at the dead. At the threshold, he glanced once towards the reliquary. Its blood continued climbing. After the Iron Warriors departed, Abaddon summoned the armorers of the Black Legion. They cut a shard from the reliquary's casing. The metal bled beneath their saws. One serf lost 3 fingers when the fragment closed around the blade like a jaw. Another heard a Titan warhorn inside his skull and drove a cutting torch through his own eye before guards restrained him. The shard was forged into the casing of a command shell. Not a Titan weapon, something smaller, something capable of entering an Imperial fortress network through a captured defense conduit, transmitting corrupted war code through systems designed to trust ancient Mechanicum architecture. The shell would detonate after infection. Doors would seal upon defenders. Guns would reverse. Void generators would cycle at the wrong moment. Targeting arrays would identify allies as enemies. Dai's Irae would not rise again. It did not need to. Its oldest lesson had become portable. The God Engine had stood over the massacre at Isstvan. It had helped break the loyal legions upon black sand. It had fired upon the palace and reached walls armies had failed to touch. 10,000 years later, it had died opening another Imperial fortress. Yet it had not doomed mankind alone. It had proved something worse. The Imperium's greatest weapons could become its executioners without ceasing to believe they served order. Loyalty could be rewritten. Duty could sanctify murder. A machine built to defend humanity could be aimed inward by men who called betrayal obedience. Dai's Irae had been no singular cause of humanity's ruin. It was the shape of that ruin made visible. Threx's new containment throne was carried onto the bridge of the vengeful spirit. Only his torso remained. Black iron enclosed the torn cavity below his ribs. Restraint spikes passed through his spine and shoulders. The reliquary rested within a cage above him, connected directly to his implants. Every pulse entered his nervous system. He screamed softly with each beat. Beyond the viewports, the Black Legion assembled. Warships filled the void. Battle barges, cruisers, and stolen Imperial hulls moved beside demon vessels, whose armor breathed against the stars. Troop carriers held armies taken from 1,000 conquered worlds. Dark Mechanicum transports carried engines chained within holds large enough for cities. Across the fleet, warriors checked bolters, loaded magazines, and whispered oaths to causes they did not share. Abaddon stood before them. The Talon of Horus enclosed the command shell. Within its dark casing, the final war code of Dai's Irae waited for another wall. Ahead lay the Imperium. Not one fortress, not one world. 1,000,000 worlds bound together by fear, ritual, and the belief that their own weapons would remain loyal forever. Abaddon watched them burn within his imagination. "Humanity will not be destroyed by one god," he said. The talon closed around the shell. "It will be destroyed by the patient hand that learns where every god must be aimed."